Welcome back to Strategy and Snark. Today, we go into the Feywild. Future me popping in again. We are going to the Feywild, but just throwing it out there, this is another one of those separate purchase adventure packs, even if you are a subscriber. Just mentioning that up front. Again, this is a major one, though. So this is one, whether you're subscribing or not, this is one I would just buy, whether it's on sale or not. If you can get it on sale, great. Black Friday, it's always on sale. Definitely get this one, but just throwing it out there, this is another one of those separate purchase ones. It is integral to the build that we are doing. So if you're following me and you want to have the exact same character, you're going to need this pack. But it's worth it. I love this pack. It's worth it. All right, back to me. In preparation, I've already purchased ourselves some new hirelings. We're up to level 7 hirelings. Technically, Feywild is level 5. And if I was to organize the quests, I'd probably save Feywild for last if I was just doing the same as I've been doing. Do all the loose quests, do the minor packs, do the major pack. Except Feywild is where we get the abilities that make our character build work. So we are going to prioritize, now that we're at level 5 quests, we going straight there. And we are going to pray that we survive. This character build, as you have noticed, we're planning on leaning on charisma. In order to use charisma as our main stat, we need the Feywild Illusionist enhancement tree, which is, or Feydark Illusionist, right here. I own it. I can just use it. But maybe you don't. First of all, you're going to need to buy Feywild no matter what. Just opening up the video with that. You're going to want Feywild. This treasure is ridiculously overpowered for its level. It's level 5 and it acts like twice as good as its level. Okay? Just right off the bat. All the other items in the game we've got have been kind of dinky, and then Feywild is just like, here's some real items. And we are going to use our Feywild stuff probably until level 20, unless we happen to get a named item in one of the other major expansions that overlaps that slot. I'm not kidding. Some of these items, I only replaced them when I got the epic version of the item, because Feywild also comes in level 5 and level 32 endgame stuff. You get both of them for the pack. This pack is super important to have. This has a lot of quests. It has some of the coolest areas in the game. A variety of quests. This is great. Buy it full price. It's fine. If you get it on sale, great. Maybe play the game a while, and by the time you hit the point you're going to go to Feywild, maybe that took you a week, maybe 2. Maybe it went on sale during that time. But yeah, don't feel bad buying this pack on full price, even if it goes on sale the next day. This is a good pack. The big 3, Feywild, Ravenloft, Sharn. You're going to buy all 3 of those just to have a game to play. Probably also Underdark, but anyway, so we're back over here at that weird hut. The Feywild is a continuation of the Cerulean Hills quests where we rescued those druid initiates. We came in here, we got thrown in the soul bag, got out, beat up the hags, and they didn't seem too bothered. You can't kill the hags unless you kill them on their own plane, is I think what's going on there. Once you've beaten the quest, you can actually just come in here as a little public area. Very, very weird. These guys are trying to demolish the house, right? That doesn't look like what they expect to see on the far side. This is a really weird hut. Yeah, this place is wild. The cauldron is here because you can actually upgrade some of the items you get. And for 20 chunks of ferro crystal, we can buy ourselves a weapon, which is decent. I would be fine with getting one. So, we're here. The gatekeeper says, here's a portal. This is basically where those witches went. And the thing that happened off screen, while we were doing the save the kids from the witches thing, some other guy stole the whole codex. Every single page that we have recovered, and all the ones that we will recover. Because remember, this is a level 5 and level 32. Storyline-wise, this really takes place at level 32. So where we've already recovered a dozen or so of these pages. Some guy stole all of them while we were distracted doing, like, saving the kids. And he went that way. That is literally all we know. Like, yes, it says the Feywild on it, but that's for you, the player. We literally are walking through into the Feywild landscape without having any idea what it is. We don't know it's the Feywild when we walk through. And the hirelings seriously should get hazard pay for this kind of thing. Pretty blue flowers. You know, big old castle on the side of a mountain. An owl. You can talk to the owl. I shouldn't have clicked it so many times because now all of the lines are repeating. There's the flowers even move as you run through them. This area is very pretty. I like bright colors. You know, especially because we were in sewers for so long. There's so much brown. Then you walk out here and it's all green and the blue. And there's all new enemies all over this place. Which for some reason we haven't seen any enemies yet. Because this is an explorer area. You can go out, beat up guys to get XP, look for the rare encounters. You can meet this Hirsam guy. He's like a satyr. He's like Pan. He's like just partying in random places all over the Feywild. You got explorers. You'll note I've already got a few points in here. Well, that is because in order to unlock the Feydark Illusionist tree that we need to run all of the basic quests out here on Elite. And I didn't want to do a video of, here's me running it on normal, and now running it on hard, and now running it on Elite, and as I just fall in the pond. Ugh. Everything is going to resist my damage out here, too. We really need a better weapon. We're going to be in trouble, okay? I'll tell you that now. We are not well suited to this area. We may have to pull out some of the big guns. Anyway. If we can pull off all 10, I think it's 10 quests on Elite, remember, we're 2 levels above, so it's not like we're hitting above our rank. It's just that we don't have level 7 worth of gear because we haven't grinded out any. We didn't stop in Saltmarsh and look for gear, and there's not really any other good low-level gear. Feywild is the low-level gear. What I suggest you do, don't do what I'm doing here and jumping straight into Elite. Run them all on normal. And then run them all on hard. Because that is 10 quests worth of chances to get the named items. Wear those items, and you will be significantly stronger, and you can go and do elite. It's that simple. Just plus you'll get a ton of experience. So we've made it to Wernwood Hall. This is a massive, cool castle that we never step foot in because all the quests are outside. Like, I'm just going to pick up all the quests now and then talk about them as we find them. There's technically 2 different quest chains. There's this one, and then there's all the ones that are up here on the higher level. I think these might even be level 6 quests now that I'm thinking about it. The ones up here. But whatever. That one takes you straight into the quest. We don't have to actually talk to that one. But we're definitely talking to everybody else. There's more than 2. There's a couple extra quests. It's not just 10 quests. I think this is 15? There's a lot. So, now I think I have all the quests. All the quests that I have to talk to in here. So our goal is to beat all the quests on Elite. I used my other account to beat all the quests on hard already, so we don't have to do them 3 times in a row, because this account can't go in on Elite right away. I'm trying to just do it on Elite using this character without help, the same way you would have it. I might fail. You might never see this video because I might go do all the other level 5 quests to level up first and then come back here. But we're going to try. To help that, we got 2 named items during the first run, which I'm going to use as they kind of represent this is the loot you get doing it on normal and hard. I actually have fewer items than you will have. You'll get more than 2 items. It almost doesn't matter what the items are. First one that I happened to pick up during the normal run is this Nocturne Ring. It has some insightful fortification, which just gives us a little more resistance to critical hits. Most importantly, it has True Seeing on a level 5 ring. Okay? You cannot cast the spell True Seeing yet. You are not high enough. That's a 6th level spell, which means you're level 12 before you can cast it. We're level 5. We have True Seeing passive on a ring. It's nuts. I don't care about anything else on the ring. If we get enough items, what's special about the Feywild ones is every one you wear in addition to the first one gives you an extra bonus. And at level 5, it doesn't care which items. They segregate them out a little bit into smaller groups at the epic side. But they did something really cool for the heroic ones. You can mix and match as much as you want. So, we are definitely getting rid of one of these rings. And considering we have 15% speed here, and this is only 10%, and the jump overlaps with that, yeah, this ring is not this is literally doing nothing for us. This ring is not giving us any benefits. So now we have True Seeing. That lets us see. It doesn't technically let you see invisible things, which is what you think it would do. True Seeing lets you see through blur and displacement. So any spellcaster who's trying to protect themselves with illusion magic, we just cut straight through. We can automatically see them, and we don't have no penalties on our attacks. Anybody who does a mirror image, I believe, as long as the developers remembered to code it, we can actually see which ones are fake and who the real one is because we have True Seeing. So we'll already know which one to attack because we can go, it's you. And also, very helpfully for our dumb as a brick paladin, we can see invisible doors. Like any of those spots where like I don't have the search skill, so my little magnifying glass icon, and I go, huh, can't find door. Duh. Automatically finds all hidden doors under a certain difficulty level, which is going to be basically everything until we hit epic level. So the next 13 levels at least, and even quite a few after that, we just automatically get to see all the doors, even though we don't have the search skill. That ring's probably never coming off. Just like our new hat. We got the crown of butterflies. Like, if I had to have picked a hat, just picked a hat out of the quest, it would have been this one. So, things that attack us have a chance to be fascinated. That doesn't do a whole lot, but if we're surrounded and we're only hitting one guy, maybe some of the other ones stop attacking temporarily, whatever. A little bit of magical defense, whatever. The big thing, Crown of Summer. This thing gives us a permanent increase to how much our incoming healing heals us for. So all Cure Light wounds hitting us heal for extra. And we get a bonus to all of our attack power, and a big bonus. It's basically plus 10% damage is kind of what this is saying. And yes, we have very low numbers right now. But when we get to the point that we're hitting for 200 damage a shot, that's still 10% bonus. Like, this is a humongous bonus over time. We're probably never taking this hat off. And it counts as a Feywild item, so now we have 2 pieces equipped, and we get a plus 10 artifact bonus to our maximum HP. So just by equipping this already amazing hat. Equip. Our HP went up by 10. Stacks with everything. Except itself. It's crazy. Those are the kind of things you get for just running it on normal, running it on hard. We're going to jump into Elite for the sake of time. Hopefully. Hopefully we can make it through. We're going to find out. Back out into the wilderness. These quests are going to take a little longer. For one thing, we're still using a very bad weapon. We have picked up 9 chunks of Pharaoh Crystal. So we will be opening every treasure chest we find, hoping for more of those. When we get to, I believe it was 20, we can go trade them in for the Pharaoh Crystal Greatsword. It's only a small upgrade, but it will greatly help us get through Feywild. Really? Ravens attacking me? Get out of here. First quest is right by town up here. Pharaoh Crystal Greatsword would be nice because they can also just drop in any chest, so we might just find one. What makes it good is it's made of crystal, which I believe is automatically immune to like oozes and stuff. Not that there's any out here. Here we go, Elite mode. I believe it makes it immune to that. It also breaks through the damage reduction that some of these Fey creatures have, like pixies and stuff. They are resistant to everything except the Pharaoh Crystal weapons. So if we get in trouble and we are having trouble killing some of these bosses, we could come back with the Pharaoh Crystal weapon and do full damage instead of doing half damage. And then the last thing is it also has Fey Bane, so it just straight up does extra bonus damage to Fey creatures. They're really good for killing things in Feywild, and I probably should just have run around and ground out the Pharaoh Crystal Greatsword to start. But nobody grinds first. So Flower has her own summon creature. Like, she has summon monster 4. So we kind of get an extra thing to help us duck. So, red caps are basically like even uglier, even more murderous goblins. We're just going to fight. And we're going to hope that these things go down without too much of a fight. Oh, you see that soul of cruelty there? Alright, that wasn't too bad. So, one of those guys under his name said Soul of Cruelty. He was a champion. That means he's stronger and gets bonus effects. I don't have all of them memorized, but basically if you see a champion, either, like, treat him like a caster. Kill him first, stun him, do something to mitigate him, or at least, or, you know, you could potentially go kill everything else and then round back to focus on him, but definitely notice him. In a perfect world, take him out first. You don't gotta worry about it. I will do this quest in the order of the things you would understand. I'm not going to sequence break. I'm going to do it in the order that you would actually do it. So, the door you care about is the storehouse. You can go explore all the other doors and stuff. The door that is progress is the storehouse. There is a mimic, a very overt mimic. Riddle Lock is not trying to trick you like, I'm a treasure chest. He wants to play a game. He's going to ask us a riddle. We have to say the answer to a riddle or he'll eat us. Give me your riddle. Word of 5 letters that sinks has 1 left when 2 are removed. These are all going to be word play. What's a word that sinks that has 1 left? It means O-N-E, 1. What has 1 left? So 2 letters added to 1 and sinks. Say stone. Add S-T, now it sinks. Yep, we're right. And now he gives us... Oh, I actually get... The crown of butterflies actually puts the butterflies over my head. Dragonborn usually don't get any of the hat icons because they have the weird head shape. I do get the butterflies. So, he spits out the guard captain, who apparently did not do good at word puzzles. There's more than one word puzzle, by the way. If you get stuck, just Google, like literally Google the riddle he gives you. And there's all the answers are on the internet. Not just the Dungeons and Dragons websites. These are common riddles. So, we talk to him and he says, okay, we're trying to talk to the Viscount because we're trying to figure out how and why this Hesirum guy, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, the main troublemaker of the area, how and why he's been doing things. The Viscount knew something. Like, this was the most recent place the guy has been. But we can't get into the tower. This guy tells us we can get into the tower if we become a thrice-proven friend. The Feywild is literally like fairyland, right? It's talking trees and enchanted doors. It's Alice in Wonderland. So if we can prove ourselves a friend to the family, the doors will literally open themselves for us because we are friendly and the world knows it. So he counts as 1. We have saved the guard captain. That's 1 friend. We're going to go talk to Lady White Lily. And we're going to be polite. And we're going to go ask how she is. She is a little hungry, so she's going to send us on a quest for an apple. There is, conveniently, an apple tree right over here. Greetings, O apple tree. There is... Normally I can see it. There's an apple on the tree. Hello, tree. We can try to jump and get the apple, or we can bluff the tree and maybe it'll give it to us. So we're going to try to jump. We jump up and the tree pulls the apple away. We try to... And so we're just going to punch the tree. Dryad pops out and says, Why? Why are you attacking my Christmas tree? So we're going to spam all of our abilities on this thing because those yellow numbers mean that we're doing reduced damage. Ow. It hit me with some kind of spell, but we're alive. The Dryad surrenders, we take the apple. Doing okay so far. Doing okay so far. It's okay if I die. It's not like I lose my character, but I don't want to be stuck in a death loop of running into the same enemy over and over again, unable to kill it. So we're going to cut every corner we can. So, I found you an apple. It's probably not cursed. So, that's 2 people we've helped. The third one involves an actual little fight. The third one actually needs help. I don't know what her deal was. Top me off, please. Look at all the... That was a critical heal. You can tell because it was in bold. She can fully heal us on a crit. More red caps. We're going to go ahead and flex our Divine Might and get in here and fight. Wait till they get closer so my cleaves count against more than one guy. I do not like being surrounded. I like... Alright, that spider actually got off a web and took that guy out of the fight. Nice. We're doing alright. We're doing alright. So we've saved the smith. So we have now saved 3 of his employees / friends. So we're going to walk up to the tower. If you walk up to the tower first, the door says fuck off. Now we tell the door to fuck off. We are a thrice proven friend, and by the laws of the land, I must be let in. So he opens the door. Feywild just straight up operates on different rules, like magically enforced different rules. So we walk in here and all the rest of the servants are cowering away from us. And they don't really, they're just like, don't hurt us, please. I'm a little glowy right now. We have this, I think it's only on the first floor, aura of frost. Right? Suspicious. Hello, dog. And by dog, I mean dogs. There's quite a few. Blink dogs. They can teleport. Ow. I took 20 damage from one of those. It would really help if we had more fortification. Because I'm pretty sure those big chunks we're taking critical hits. Because we are only 72% immune to criticals. We need to raise that number. If we're really lucky, we'll get some Feywild armor. That'd be really good. Top me off. So, Captain of the Guard. They're looking at that frost aura. They're not going to believe that we're friendly. We can either fight to kill, or we can fight to subdue and spare their lives. If you have ranks in, I think, Persuasion's not in this game, Bluff, you might be able to talk your way through. There was an option for try a social skill. I'm actually going to try it. Apparently hitting cancel just sends you into battle. It did not let me go back and push the button. So, I am actively running around in circles. You have not seen this on most of the other fights. And we also have to make sure we turn around and beat up anything fighting the hireling. Use movement to your advantage. These guys are melee guys. They cannot all swarm me if I keep moving. I honestly did not intend to kill them. I was going to click on spare their lives. That was unintended. That's literally doing the quest the worst possible way. There should have been just a backup option, but that's whatever. Whatever. That's on whoever decided not to give you a cancel interaction button. Normally, I just knock them out. I think one time I was playing a character that could bluff their way past, and you didn't have to do that fight. That's what I was going to try. But alas, so the problem is, we're going to take these guys out first. The problem is that we have that aura of frost. We don't know it yet, but there is a guy called the Prince of Frost, and he's kind of an asshole. So because we look frosty, they're just kind of assuming that we're one of his minions. We really need a better weapon. So that's why they're not believing us. They're pretty sure we're one of his minions and that we're coming here to kill the Viscount. So we're using all of our cleaves, all of our smites to try to kill things as fast as possible so that we have minimal number of things attacking us. Because of our crappy gear we have. Would have been nice to get that trip off. Still, we do reasonable damage. And we are very tanky. We can take the damage. Just trying to minimize how many things are actively swinging at me at a time. Have we passed a shrine yet? Oh, this map is not useful for that. So, this is at this point in the quest, the enemies we fight start to change. Now, all of a sudden, we're fighting red caps. And again, we're going to kind of kite them around a little bit. I'm even going to use my own healing ability because I don't know what the hireling is doing right now. She's apparently stuck down here. Alright, whatever. I will bring them down here so that the hireling does not forget to do its primary job. So look at that. We made it through another fight. On Elite with bad gear. We had to just recognize that our hireling wasn't here. So, we did not kill those guys. The red caps did. Alright, there's the boss. Not the boss. There's the Viscount. The guy we're here to actually just talk to. We honestly just wanted to come talk to him. I'm going to go rest. Mostly I want to rest the hireling, so she's at full MP when we go into the fight. And I know that there's a shrine. We just have to backtrack far enough to find it. I think it was right when we walked in. It's right here? Somewhere? Shrine? I know there is one. Shrine? Here we go. You'll notice it looks a little different than it did in all the other quests we've done. Most of their newer quests if they take place in a different plane, like a different world, they'll redesign things like the Rest and Resurrection Shrines to match that world, which is pretty cool. The little details, right? So now we're back to full health, full power. Run through the empty tower again. Hopefully it won't matter. Hopefully we'll just stab the boss and move on. We have that true seeing ring. This boss is one that splits itself off into multiple copies. Hopefully one of them will be a different color to represent that I have true seeing and I can see which one's the right one and focus my damage on that one. That's my hope. Trying to do this using only things you would have access to if you didn't buy all the special things like I did. Usually I have like 2 or 3 more hirelings. And I have at least 2 more because of pre-order bonuses. One of which was from Feywild. I believe you can still get it because you can buy the big bundle still, I think. So, we're going to make sure that she summons her spider. Because that'll give us an extra body, if nothing else. And my 2 buffs are up, so in we go. Gonna make sure the hireling gets all the way in the door before we start talking to this guy. And basically, he's a big coward going, "Oh, please don't kill me." And I'm like, he won't even listen to us until we surrender. So there's his Magister, you know, his Jafar, basically. Oh no, turns out Jafar was evil. And the spider is already trying to attack it. We have to kind of listen to her monologue for a minute. She's responsible for trying to frame us. Oh, well, she's trying to frame the Prince of Frost by making us look like one of his minions, beating up all of his guards. Put up my 1 buff. Let's see. None of those... Oh. Some of them were blinking. You're blinking. I don't care about you. Ha! She keeps switching places. I can see if they glow blue like that, it's not the right one. This one's not... Oh, now it's glowing. I can also just cleave and hit all of them at the same time, but I'm... Ow. We're going to use our big heal. Yeah, she tried to curse us and it didn't work. Just keep... There we go. We got her. I was a little worried about that fight. So, if you don't have a true seeing ring, I think she might still glow blue when you hit her. Just keep moving off of the blue glowing ones and find the one that doesn't glow blue. She will also say things like, "Tee-hee, that tickles," or whatever when you hit the wrong one, and she'll go, "Oh, you got blood on my robe," if you hit the right one. So, we are only here to ask about the guy. Did he leave anything here? We need his loot, which he left here. If you don't click the wrong button and you spare his guards, he gives you an extra treasure chest, which I'm a little bit salty that I don't get because I meant to click that button. But you take the mandolin, we get a huge pile of XP. That's almost 6,000. And treasure. Come on, item. Damn. We got a chunk of Pharaoh Crystal, so 10 more. We're getting... There are some, like, good items. We're running a level 5 on Elite, which means it's level 7. So we're getting level 7 items. So, like, this is a +3 longsword. Like, it's not good because we don't use longsword, and it's a spellcaster weapon for some reason, Gandalf style. I mean, at least it has bonuses that only a spellcaster would care about. So we don't want it, but... one down. There's a very good chance that we will level up halfway through this chain. Just gonna chunk these guys so that they're not trying to grab me as I run by. Next quest is right next to the first one. Pretty fountains. I like all the little talking options you get in that first quest. I like that first quest. This one is also cute. The Cascading Springs Cottage. We have been asked to convince the satyrs to end their party. They are just partying, 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 because in this world, if somebody says, "Hey, can I party at your house?" and you say yes, there's no limit. They can party for centuries. You cannot ask them to leave because you already said yes. You have to be very careful with, like, the implicit contracts in the Feywild. If you talk to the poor maid, she's like, "If only poor Lord Arden were here." So, I'm pretty Sure Arden has gone missing is part of the problem here. Arden would have straightened all this out. Arden probably would have also been the one to go help the Viscount and set him straight. Where is my hireling? Oh, there you are. Recast your spider. We need every little thing we can get. Activate my buff as we go around the corner because there's a bunch of pixies. Pixies are very dangerous. We are already going to retreat. The pixies are spellcasters. So, like, I can handle the red caps because they're melee, and I'm built to handle melee. The pixies are spellcasters. And they resist our damage because we are not using a crystal weapon. They can cast magic missile, they can cast, like, mind illusion stuff. We really want to make sure that we're carefully doing every fight, because we're on elite. We're on elite mode. We need to be careful and not just YOLO every fight. So we're going to open this door, get their attention, and we're going to back up around the corner. The melee guys, I'm even going to force the hireling to chase me. Melee will follow me around the corner. Wow, they are hitting me fast. Just not for very much damage. So the melee are all dead. The ranged ones are still over there shooting at me. They're not smart enough to realize they need to come this way first. And as it does, now we can run in here and start beating up the pixie without having to worry about spells. That was a pixie hunter, so it was an archer. That is definitely a pixie enchanter. So now we can rush it, and we only have to fight the caster. We don't have to worry about everything else stopping us. We definitely don't want to get tripped by that cat and be flat on our back when that thing starts launching magic missiles at us. No good. Not to mention our poor hireling. Oh, hello, random displacer beast. We especially don't want to lose the hireling, because we have not found a resurrection shrine to carry it back to yet. And we are definitely going to be relying on its healing abilities. The gardener is going to tell us that he's got... Well, I can just talk to him. Hey, we got some magic. He's afraid that somebody's going to get to the magic seeds.
The gardener says he left some magic seeds.
He's concerned the partiers are going to get to him and just make a huge mess. If you add water to those seeds, boom, up they grow. Normally you would run down here and help the cook as well, because you get an optional for talking with all the house servants. She's got a couple fairies down there. We're on elite mode. We're going to be going down only what we need to do. But yes, she's down there. Couple fairies, help the cook. This is the main guy in charge of the party. We need to convince him to leave. We can't do anything about him yet, so we're just going to move on. We're going to go straight ahead. Let's see. This, our first secret door that we get for free because we have True Seeing. That chest is locked and trapped. True Seeing does not let me see traps. It does not let me pick locks. So we can't get that chest. But we found it. And now we're going to aggro the guys and then come back around the corner. And just wait for somebody to come try to get line of sight on us. It's all pixies in there. I really don't want to run in there. Especially... Oh, there's the enchanter right there. Let's... Alright, we're going to try to go smackety smack. Oh, already stunned. I'm going to turn my back and we're going to apparently fall asleep. Hireling lasered that thing out. Good, now we're awake again. We can... Any more cat? Oh, there's another caster right there. We got to get the casters or we're going to be stunned over and over again. While those... Oh man, the hireling just lasered that one too. Nice. It puts me to sleep. They're pixies, right? Pixie dust? Hireling is pulling her weight today. Those 100-something damage lasers. Oh, man. Very rarely you can break pots. Oh, man. You break pots and items pop out instead of just junk. You know, or trash. Here's our shrine, by the way, if something goes wrong. And here's the magic seeds. We're going to take them.
On notes next to the sack of seeds reads, "Slakeweed. Keep away from sunlight and
So, like, a well-lit, damp piece of ground, we could make a whole bunch of plants right there. We're not going to. But you can, just to test them out. They're, Jack and the Beanstalk. That's basically what we got. We got the magic beans from Jack and the Beanstalk. Now we need a key. We're going to, again, go around the corner, draw out all of the melee. Using my abilities that do extra damage to try to kill these guys faster. What do we got left? I'm using tab to select the next bad guy. All I see is another red cap. Ah. But now we've got a displacer beast and a cat. The cat resists my damage. The displacer beasts are fast, they hit hard, but they don't have as much HP, so we kind of accidentally killed that one. I'm going to tell the hireling to heal me to top us off again. There is a randomly placed key that we are looking for right now. I'm using the Q button to try to detect items that are on other sides of doors. I don't see anything called key on the other side of there, so we're not going to go into that room. I'm using Q in here as well because sometimes it's just like in a hallway. Not seeing it. There's a certain range on it, so I do want to get all the way up to this door and then be hitting Q. How about over here? Nothing? Drat. I think this is a hallway that just keeps going forward. Oh, it turns. Oh, there's a pixie. We could probably get this one champion pixie out before its friend turns around. Come on. Go down. Thank you. Oof. More pixies. Ooh, mysterious remnant. I'll take that. The champions, the guys with the names, drop mysterious remnant sometimes when you kill them. You can trade in large piles of them for neat stuff like a cool looking cloak. Not powerful, just cosmetic. Just cool cosmetics and stuff. Just as an extra bonus for having taken out those bad guys. Alright. Oh, an enchanter with an extra power. We are making sure we take that out. Alright. And this hunter, not too bad. What was that random? Oh, it was probably an acid arrow. Alright, top me off, and then I'm going to charge in and get that last enchanter. Opening with cleave, because... Ow. Man, I am failing a lot of my saves and stuff in here. But it's okay, because we're minimizing how many bad guys we're fighting at a time. So even if I can't fight back, I'm only getting hit by one at a time at best. Optional, slay the displacer beast. We know there's a big displacer beast in there. Oh. The key is in there too. I hit Q for door, Q for chest, Q, key. The Q is somewhere in front of my character. It's got to be in that room. So we have to fight the displacer beast. Alright, alright. Resummon your spider, because I think he died in a previous fight. Top me off. I'll pop my divine might, and we're going to go fight the displacer beast. And his friends. Cleave as soon as they get in range. And we're just hoping to kill the... Okay, the cats are down, so now I can focus on him. Gonna use my actual Smite Evil ability to do extra damage. I'm throwing Trip in there because there's a very low chance it accidentally fails its save against my Trip. Alright. Alright, we got him. Oh, one more cat. Okay, now everything is dead. Don't suppose you're going to pop a greatsword out of that pot? No. Greatsword in the chest? Meh. Nothing special. But there's the key. Alright. The reason we wanted the key is we want to get into the spring house, which is where the water for the waterfall, the water feature thing is coming from. Which is right there. We needed the key to get in that door. While we're here, there's a librarian. There's a couple of different little interactions with these books. You can be nice and find a nice book for the librarian. You can mix them up at random if you're an asshole. You can try to be helpful but fail by putting them in alphabetical order. Don't alphabetize the books in a library. That's not how they organize things. So we're going to take this book about sphinxes and give it to the librarian. They might like that. Of course, it's their library. You know, here's this book that you've obviously already read. And while they're distracted, we're going to take the silence please sign from the library. And go into the spring. So, water elementals. Big, scary, cold damage. We are going to get their attention, get out of the room. Because they're going to shoot those stupid frost beams at us and kill us. Getting out of the way. Healing myself because I think the hireling ran in there. Just taking chunks out of them and then getting out of line of sight while I'm waiting on Cleave to come back off cooldown. Using the door to our advantage. So, not too bad. Look, a well-lit, damp piece of ground. We're going to throw the magic seeds in there. And there we go. The brambles are slowly growing. I mean, slowly by game loading standards, I guess. As far as plant growth, that was crazy. They're sucking up all the water. We just stopped the little water feature. We're going to take this oversized powder keg with us too. Now we are ready to go end the quest. Now we're going to walk back and use that shrine again because she's kind of low on mana, and I don't want to lose a boss fight because I was too lazy to go to the shrine right before the fight. Especially because this one's easily placed. Or conveniently placed, I mean. So. Come on, hireling. Rest shrine. Use. Come on. Come here. Thank you. I'm still not convinced she's actually using the rest shrine. It says it's already being used. There we go. Full mana. I go back. Full mana. I also get my lay on hands I used back. That's my instant heal self button. I only get 2 per rest right now. So we come down here. So, no more water. Also, here, have that powder keg. And we back way up over here. It goes boom. It distracts everybody. We put up the silence please sign in place of the name of the place. So now, we have now found a loophole in the deal the satyrs made. The party can continue so long as this is Cascading Springs Cottage. But is it? The spring no longer flows, and that's not the name on the sign. See? Sign doesn't say that. By the terms of your agreement, you must leave, because this is not the place that he said you could be. So, the thing is, it's a video game, so obviously they're going to attack us on the way out. Kind of out of spite. I can kill these minions way faster than I can kill the boss. So I'm going to reduce our incoming damage. Especially because it looks like the hireling has distracted the boss. I'm going to make her teleport over to me to get her out of melee range of the boss. And most of his minions are now dead. I am holding down the shift button to block, even though I am stuck in dance animation, because some things it'll still count you blocking to stop other effects. There we go. Because the hireling and our poor spider that obviously died very early in that fight. The sacrifice of that spider shall soon be forgotten. Item! Item, 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 item. Loot all. Just take it. Just take it so I don't end up losing it on accident. Lock. What did we get? Heavy armor. Yes! That's paladin. That's another 20 points of immunity to critical hits. We needed that. The rest of the stuff is all kind of middling. It does raise our armor. Holy crap. It raises our armor class by 8. I was only expecting it to go up by 1 because it went from a +1 item to a +2 item. I forgot that you also just inherently, the item level increases the armor bonus. So that is a lot more armor. And now we have 3 Feywild items equipped. We're going to get 50 bonus spell points to our maximum. We are absolutely equipping that right now. I could not be happier. We got armor. Armor was like the thing I wanted the most. Whoo. That puts us up to 94% immunity to critical hit. not counting enemies having bonuses to their crit chance. Whoo. Plus we look different now. We look okay. It doesn't really scream plate armor to me, especially because it literally has, like, obvious chainmail right there. But hey, I don't know if I've ever actually looked at this armor. It's very fantasy, like, whimsical, like, this is the kind of armor. This, yeah, it fits the area. Whew, that was a great item pull. I'm hoping we see a lot of items. Because we're on elite mode, we have a 33% chance of getting a named item per quest. So, across 10 to 15 quests, I forget exactly how many, we should be getting a decent number of items. Oh, I'm so glad we got armor off the bat. We're not doing too bad. We don't have a good weapon to use in here, but it definitely could have been worse. So, quest number 3. We're gonna go kind of still a straight line. We kind of got to loop around a little bit. Featherfall our way down. The guys out here in the wilderness, not nearly as dangerous as the ones in the quests. And we do get a little bit of bonus XP for every so many we kill. So we're what, 2? There we go. Look, an owl bear. That owl bear is going to give us a chunk of XP. Not a big chunk, but a chunk. 25. Now we got to get 25 more. We'll probably get that incidentally as we're running around. Look, here's 3. How are we doing on... Yeah, we got plenty of item space. Okay. Map says we're almost there. Saffron Hill. Oh, apparently a bunch of things are chasing us. A bunch of things are chasing us. Good thing we cleave like every hit. Not particularly afraid of being surrounded by things that are not in the quest on Elite. So, Sir Pifflegust, we shall do the quest, The Knight Who Cried Windmill. He wants us to go check on the old lady knight, because she's been saying, oh, the windmill's a monster, it's gonna get us all, we gotta go fight it. It's obviously a homage to Don Quixote. And considering that this is the Feywild and everything is magical, it's not unreasonable to be like, she's probably right, okay? If we were on Eberron or Faerun, maybe question her, but it's like, yeah. We're here to slay the thing. Ready to go? Yeah? Okay, yeah. This is literally why I'm here. I'm not really here to tell the lady she's crazy. This is a fucking magical place, okay? If a very experienced knight says the windmill's out to get her, it probably is. Like, on Earth, in our world, obviously Don Quixote had problems. Like, there was no windmill monster. This is the Feywild. The default assumption should be, oh shit, somebody enchanted the windmill. That should be the default. So, she's going to stop us here in a moment. Yes, let's fight the beast, I believe you. And that gives her a little morale boost. She legitimately fights the thing with us. So, summon your spider. You. Summon your spider. Hello. Summon your spider. Heal me? Okay, that worked. Summon your spider. Weird. Fine, don't summon your spider. There's the windmill. So, we can't hurt it. Before I start running around in circles like a chicken with my head cut off, the way we beat this is there's actually other things running around that are enchanted, and they are what we need to break to kill the windmill. So I'm even going to put my shield up for the extra 4 armor class, because my weapon attacks are not going to do anything in this quest. We are pure defensive. So, there, it gets up, it starts running around. The windmill is literally going to chase us around. We are looking for... There's one of these little creatures on the map. Has a... There it is. It's got a hat. We're going to run over here to the one with the hat, and we're trying to bait the windmill into stomping on it. Just like that. Do that 3 times, we win. We got to find the next hat-wearing bad guy. Here, hat, hat, hat. I mean, I think they... Oh, there it is. I think they always spawn in the same place. I always pick the wrong direction looking for it. It will try to avoid you. So, like, I'm going to switch to my sword for a moment here and try to trip it. Oh, I got a trip. It can't move for a second. Come on, come on. Squish me. Squish me. No, it's getting up before it'll squish. Ooh, flower, you need to get out of there. Come here. Did we get the squish? No, it got away. Try to trip it again. Nope, it saved. I'm gonna kill off these other ones that are attacking me because I don't want my hireling to get overwhelmed. Oh, especially with air elementals running around. So, we need to kind of cajole this thing. We need the windmill to run ahead a little bit. I hold still to trick it into squishing. Yeah, it turned that way, so it'll definitely get squished. I'm gonna kill this air mephit. One more. And I want to say it spawns on this side. There we go. Here's the last one with the hat. We just need the windmill to come to me. Yes, yes, you just... I tripped it. Yes. Come on, squish. Squish. Alright, we win. And... squished. The only fighting I had to do was, like, just getting things off of the hireling so that my heals were not stopped. So, she says that she thinks that whoever enchanted the windmill is still nearby. I'll go take a look. I don't know if true seeing is enough to open the door. We're going to get our treasure, though. No item. But we do get a chunk of Pharaoh Crystal. Let's see. If we just continue on the path. Like, we have our XP. That whole quest was exactly 5 minutes on Elite. Because it's all about getting the windmill to go squish the thing. It's not your damage. Alright, birdies, out of my way. I said, out of my way, birdies. The wizard, whom I'm not really sure what his motivation is, but he's very clearly behind this sparkly door. You cannot do anything to this door. You can, however, if you have enough search, which I do not, even with true seeing, you can unlock this door, walk in, kill him. I can't see the door, so I'm just going to leave. And that is another quest down. And another big old chunk of XP. Not as much as the other ones, because this is a short quest, but that was still... 3,000. Oh, plus we get our actual reward. Bastard sword is so close. Two more quests in a little line right here. Gonna go ahead and beat things up on the way so that my computer doesn't lag out. Normally I can just like jump on my horse, sprint to the quest, but you might as well kill the things on the way, because we're going to get a little bit of XP. Like, we're already almost to 50. We're definitely going to hit 50 and get that XP. Plus, sometimes, I'm using Q to look around, sometimes you can find that rare encounter. There's a lot of them. There's 12 here in the Feywild, and they almost always give you a chunk of Pharaoh Crystal when you kill them. And if we get to 20, we get a free greatsword. The greatsword would be very appreciated. Oh, there's my 50 kills. That's 500 XP. And we get 200 just for finding the tree. How I didn't find the tree when I was getting them done on hard mode earlier, I don't know. So, Thistle Down. This is not part of the main chain. This is just, there's a fairy here begging for help because something is corrupting the roots of her tree. Can't hurt to have some fairy friends. So we're going to go in here and see if we can help her tree. You just really do not want to summon that spider for me anymore. So, the shtick in this quest is these orbs. You squish the orb, it turns off the force field, and you can keep going. There's a whole bunch of these little twig blights in this quest. They are little plant monsters, and apparently they are hearty little buggers. Alright, hireling, I need you to keep yourself topped off there. So, we gotta go and do the other side. We're going to do these one at a time, because every time you hit one, more guys spawn. We do not want to spawn 2 groups at a time. We definitely want 1 at a time. These are just regular blights. Some of them later are going to be like needle blights and stuff that can do more ranged damage that I don't think we can resist. There's another one. Okay, that one didn't have any extra guys associated with it. So, main door's now open. We're going to take out these beetles. And we're going to very happily watch those cats beat up those other things. At least until the cats realize we're here, and then everybody decides to band together to kill the outsiders. I do not want you on aggressive. Okay. That was a nice critical hit right there. Whoop. Cleaved that critical hit. Spider. Finally! Back in the day, the spider used to have like a 10-minute lockout. But I thought they took that off. Like, from the spell itself, you can only cast it once every 10 minutes. So maybe we just hadn't hit the 10-minute mark yet. So, going to the right, there is an optional fight with a displacer beast. It gives you a chest. Let's go do it. It's just one displacer beast. And if it gives us a Pharaoh Crystal shard... Oh. Plus a shambling mound. Watch out for shambling mounds. So, Warforged in particular. If you're playing a Warforged character, be very careful. Feywild has multiple monsters that cast spells that do like triple damage to Warforged because you count as a plant for the purposes of their spell. Very easy to accidentally get one-shotted playing on Elite as a Warforged in Feywild. Hey, there it is. Oh, I was way too far away. Trip? No? Fine. Smite. Cleave. This guy's not really hitting us that hard, so... Oh, as he promptly starts hitting us much harder. You can see my head, over my head, that blurry. That's our bottle of smoke. That's my 20% chance to miss me because I just have that bottle of smoke. Great item we got pretty early on. Do we get a Pharaoh Crystal? Yeah. Rest of this stuff doesn't matter. We got Pharaoh Crystal. How many are we up to? 13. 7 more and we can cash in for that greatsword. Pretty sure there's 7 quests left. I think we're guaranteed to get it. I'd like to get it before the final quests, though. Alright. More twig blights. Whole bunch of them. And some of those, you see how they're throwing stuff at us? They're not even just attacking us. That's bad for 2 reasons. One, they could just decide to start attacking the hireling. 2, I can't cleave these guys as cleanly because they're not grouped up with their friends. Alright, they're down. Fire resistance really helps against these because they will do fire damage. I have 7 passives, so I'm not taking like incidental fire damage, but if they decide to breathe fire, I will still feel that. Here's yet another group of guys. Kind of just leading them backwards a little bit to keep all of them from being able to attack me at once, but I still get my cleaves because my greatsword has more reach than their little punch attack. See how easy that was? My greatsword could keep reaching them. They couldn't reach me as they slowly followed me. And a big guy. We crit each other, I think. Ow. 42 damage. That guy shot me for 42 damage, and I'm not even a Warforged. And then he tried to take out the hireling, so we have to charge in, because we can't afford to lose the hireling. And now we have twig blights on us. Not the best situation, but these little guys will go down pretty quick now. Plus, the spider's been landing quite a few nice web attacks. Kind of expecting some twig blights. They took a minute to spawn, but they were there. This is why I like playing with I'm holding down left and right mouse button so that I can just move my character freely with the mouse. Using WASD to move around and then 1, 2, 3 to spam my main attacks. Yeah, let's get a head start on this guy while he's in his animation of getting up. Alright, just this one left. We're doing pretty good. I'll admit, the first fight in the first quest, I took a little more damage than I was expecting, so I was a little bit worried, but now I'm kind of settling into the groove of elite mode a little bit. We probably could handle elite mode on a lot of the other quests we were doing too, especially older quests, because their elite is like hard mode on new quests, because the scaling. Newer stuff is just harder than older stuff. Full stop. So elite on old quests, things don't hit quite as hard. Things don't have as much HP. These stupid cats. Cats resist my damage. I don't like it. I need to be using Divine Might more often. Now that I think about it, there's a reason I took all of the ranks of it. Alright. Throwing a smite into this thing because big things do big damage when they crit. Like, they don't look like they're doing anything when they're just swinging against my 30 armor class. Miss, 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 miss. And then they hit the, the smoke bottle and still miss. But look at our poor hireling. She's almost out of juice. We're going to need that rest shrine. Hopefully we can just make it through the rest of this little path to get the last of these out of the way. You see how they're just... Some of them are even just running past me to go beat up the hireling. They know. They know. More vines. I like... There's two of those things. We're going to draw them back around the corner. Get over here. It thinks it's wanting to attack the hireling, so I kind of got some free hits in. There we go. Definitely don't want to go all the way in, because I did not want to trigger any vine blights while I was fighting those guys. So now we will hit one of these and take out the vine blights that spawn. Bonkity bonk. I don't see any other ones spawning. So now we'll go hit these ones. It's very handy that because of our double strike, or our strike through, we often are hitting more than one guy at a time. Makes it nice when you're fighting larger groups of enemies, especially when all of them are dangerous because it's elite mode. Alright, that was the last orb. Yes, technically this is a variation of the sewer quest, that you just run down every path and flip every lever. But at least it's cool looking. Like, you're in a tree, there's mushrooms, the lighting is all neat, there's different colors, you're fighting different enemies than just kobolds. I got no problems with this one. Oh, one little extra vine guy ambush. Hopefully my hireling decides to catch up. I'm jumping backwards because one of those guys got behind me and it was stopping me from moving backwards. There we go. Now we can go beat up the ranged guys. One of them was half dead before we even switched to it because of strike through and cleave. And we're going to rest. We want to go down there, but we're going to top off our mana first. The hireling was even like, yeah. I didn't even have to tell it to rest. It's like, it's time to rest. Usually that's a good thing. But sometimes they will use a shrine and you don't notice when they've only left, they used that much of their magic. It's usually fine though. Alright. Recasting Spider, so we have another body to use as a distraction. Pop Divine Might up, because I should be doing that literally all the time. It's just free damage. Every time I swing, I just like seeing 2 or 3 enemies all getting hit at the same time. It really does make things go faster. It is so... Ooh, taking a lot of damage there. Okay. It's so much faster than having to run up and beat the guys up one at a time, just being able to cleave the group. Alright. There is just another named displacer beast right here. Oh, and it is Skyborn. Let's see what that means. I hit Z to do the little inspect window. It absorbs electric and does electric damage. That I have nothing I can do against that. So we're going to go beat it up. Maybe we'll get off a lucky trip. And we'll just, we got off the trip. And we'll just take out half of its HP while it's on the ground. Cleave. Oh, I did not notice that, but there's more guys behind us. We need to make sure that our hireling doesn't get swarmed. Because we also have a Mark of Law guy back here. And another guy. I didn't notice the additional guys. I was so focused on having tripped the cat. So, 2 orbs right here. Force field goes down. That's the boss right down there. That's a Fomorian. Fancy giant. The door only stays open for a moment. Make sure all your hirelings and you make it through. I'm even just going to click the button to force the hireling through. You can click to get in if it's a person on the other side, but the hireling doesn't know that. The hireling will never bother clicking to come in. So, we're going to start beating up the boss now. If you see a mark on the ground, that means he's casting a curse or something, and you need to move. I don't see him having done that, but it is a thing. And he's down. Another 4,000 experience for us. No item, but we did get our Pharaoh Crystal chunk. That's what, 4 quests? 1, 2, 3, 4 quests, 1 item. That's still pretty much on. We're on rate. Next quest maybe has an item. The one after that should have an item, but that's if statistics are even. Any great swords? No? Okay. One more quest. Again, a little bit to the south. We gotta run around the tree. This is a very short quest. Hopefully we don't screw it up. This is technically a quest from the second chain. The first one is we're just kind of trying to find... So Lord Arden, he is the kind of the mayor, is the equivalent. He's in town. Like, he's just sitting in town. The problem is he is asleep. You might be wondering why we don't just wake him up. The problem is he is Fey. He's like an elf or an Eladrin. He's supposed to be immune to sleep. They don't sleep. He's asleep. So he's obviously magically asleep. And they don't know what to do. So the mayor's out of commission. We're running around trying to figure out, A, what put him to sleep, B, how do we fix it? So we need to collect the information. We need to collect the ingredients. That was why we went to talk to the Viscount in the first quest. We needed the fiddle that the satyr left behind, like the party satyr. We needed his fiddle. That's one of the items we need to wake the guy up. This is a quest for Chain 2. This is when we're going after that satyr. We went from defensive to offensive. Turns out, this guy, the Thornwright, Kind of like Thornsmith. He makes things out of thorns. Pretty badass. He made something for the satyr. We want to know what. So we're going to go ask. He's actually a fairly nice guy. You know, the Thornwright, I like him. I hope we meet him again. His secretary, though. Shoot beams of fire at me. Hey, hireling, how about you top me back off there? So, fast way to do this quest. Turn right. Couple spiders to fight. But there's actually this is a very short quest. If you don't go wandering off the wrong direction. Because it's very, very easy to not realize how short this quest is. And go wandering off and exploring. And just not realize that you're at the end of the quest. Right here, we just turn. We do not have to do anything over here. So we talk to her, and she's basically the secretary, right? She's going to put us through a trial by combat. If we win, we are allowed to talk to her boss. You may begin. So, test 1. Warhounds. Okay. I do not like that they are all attacking the hireling. We need you off the hireling, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Wave 2 begins very soon. Yes, get the spider up, please. Did you get the spider? Yes. Okay, we have another body. We've got the spider. And they're still attacking the hireling. In a pinch, if you can't get things to leave the hireling alone, you can use the come here command. So, like, I can just force her to walk over here, and now I am physically in between. Wow, now they're going after the spider. Okay. That's fine. I can hit them either way. The spider's expendable. Alright, blink dogs handled. The last one here, the elementals, that's dangerous. Do not let the earth elementals grab you or you pretty much die. Do not let the fire elementals shoot at you or you die. There's very little cover in this room, so I'm going full aggro, trying to kill it before it kills me. There we go. And now the dryad attacks us, along with a bunch of her little bug guys and an earth elemental. Killing the earth elemental first. The beetles I could probably ignore, but I can't ignore that they're attacking the hireling. We have to protect the hireling, because the hireling is what's keeping us alive with all that healing. So I'm dragging the guys away from the hireling so it doesn't accidentally get hit. I haven't even had to use my own, like, paladin healing abilities. That's how good this hireling is doing. And now that all her friends are dead, it's just beating her up a bit. There we go. Remember, we're taking 25% less magic damage right now. I think our numbers went down because we went into a elite quest, so the scaling kind of goes, but still, those 30-something damage lightning strikes would have been hitting a little bit harder. But now that she has given up, we can go talk to her boss. He literally just makes stuff out of thorns. He's pretty cool. The gist of it there, he made a needle for the satyr to hold his divinity. He stored his immortality in this needle and hid it so that he could sneak around and steal the pages from us without us going, God, right there. You know, he was hiding his power level, Dragon Ball Z style. so he could sneak in and get it. And then he hid the needle in one of the other quests we're going to go do later. The Thornwright made the thing, but part of the deal with the satyr had nothing to do with not telling anybody that he made it. So it's okay for him to tell me. Silly satyr. And he also doesn't mind if I take all these metal things that he doesn't want. What do you do? Another chunk of ferro crystal. I'm fine with not getting lots of items because I got the item I wanted. We have armor, and we got the crown. It wasn't on stream, but when I was doing all these on hard mode, off camera, so that we could just walk in on elite, we got crown of butterflies, and we got armor, and we got a true seeing ring. The Feywild items are pretty much all amazing. So, there's 3 more quests way up there. And then we got to go way over here to go boop, boop, boop. So that's 6 quests left, plus the capstone one, which is right. That castle we saw as we walked in is the final quest. And there's one in town. So there's 8 quests left. So 8 plus we just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13 quests. Unless I'm forgetting one. Feywild is very worth it. And we only need to do 5 to get our sword. The question is, which 5? We're going to go do... I'm not sure if I want to go to the north side or to the watery side. Because both of them have a quest that's a little harder than the rest. I think we're going to do north side. There's more treasure on the north side, I think. So we might be able to get all 5 of our ferro crystals. And then get the great sword. It'll help us do the other ones. That's my hope. I'm hoping to come out of the north with 5 more ferro crystal. Especially if we maybe see a rare encounter somewhere. We haven't seen a single one. There's a couple that spawn really close. Oh, there's a bunch of red caps chasing me too. Methinks we won't have any trouble getting to 100 kills. Okay, let's just go. There's a rare that spawns up here. Maybe he'll give us a crystal. Over there somewhere? I have not farmed out all of the rare encounters. Really? You guys want to die that bad? Fine. I'll swing my sword a few times to kill you. Happy? Hope you're happy. Anyway, I think he spawns pretty close to here, but I don't see a treasure chest, so... The winter event is still going at this time, so... Some of the winter-themed enemies have a few decorations. I am curious why these explorer things did not trigger when I walked through here earlier. I'll take it, but why didn't it go off sooner? Still kind of hoping for a rare encounter. If I can get one rare encounter, I want to say that almost guarantees that we can get the sword before having to go to the other area. Oh, what are we up against now? Ooh, are you a rare? No, you're just a vanilla Fomorian. I want those little chunks. I have more. But the point is not to use my stockpiled items. All I have with me are the ones that I got on when I was doing them on hard mode earlier. Just the ones I got. And I didn't open every chest on this character because I was doing the quest with the other one as fast as I could. I was doing it on a max level character too. If you have too big of a level gap between your characters, you don't get XP. That's why I knew I could do that so that I could run on Elite without messing with my guy's XP. There's the power level prevention mechanism means I got literally 0 XP for doing every single one of these quests on hard mode. Because I didn't do it. The other account did it. So I did not accidentally boost my character. I got no bonus XP. All it did for me was I got those 2 items, which is what you're going to get if you run on normal and hard. And I think like 3 ferrocrystal chunks is what we started at. You will have a ton of experience because you did the whole chain on normal and the whole chain on elite. You probably have 4 or 5 items. You have way better stuff than me. This door has 2 quests. A Frosty Reception is the first quest. The other one is the follow-up. I have farmed this quest a lot trying to get specific items. This is the other one that drops full plate armor too, which we might switch to if we get it because it's pretty freaking good, if I'm remembering right. So basically this guy's throwing a party. This is the Prince of Frost. This is the guy that we were accidentally blaming for the Viscount's problems. Blaming's not the right word. This is the guy that they wanted the Eladrin to hate. But we're going to talk to his wife. His wife's way nicer. So, we are here for a flower. So, backstory. This guy hates those flowers because they remind him of his first wife. I mean, she died. He's like an immortal... He's Frost Miser, okay? He's literally Frost Miser from The Year Without a Santa Claus. He's just all dour instead of happy. He's Frost Miser. His first love died, and he went and literally caused the extinction of this flower out of spite so that he doesn't have to see them and be reminded of her. Yeah. Yeah. So, when one of those flowers pops up in their garden, his wife is just like, holy fuck. And they send for somebody to very surreptitiously just walk in, take that flower, walk away, never look back, right? Just remove it. Don't even let him know you were here. So we need to get the garden key because they locked the garden so no one could accidentally walk in there. And she handed it to their butler, who has locked himself on the balcony so no one can screw this up. I don't even... No, okay, she's not his wife. I think she's the wife of the guy... Yeah, the Prince of Frost is just basically house crashing, couch surfing, because he's the king of the Frostlands and he goes where he wants. She's hosting him. Her husband is missing. You're going to help find her husband in the next, like, the quest after next. So yeah, I misspoke. They are not married. He's just basically the king and she's hosting him. And trying very hard not to have the one flower that will make him murder everyone in the room. I need into the treasure vault because that's where the lever to open the door to the balcony is. We're going to attempt a skill check. We have charisma of 4. Let's look at our skills. Are we incidentally wearing any items that make any of these good? Intimidate, persuasion. Where'd persuasion go? Oh, persuasion's not a skill. Okay. I keep forgetting. Persuasion's not actually a skill. It's bluff. We can lie. We can use our intimidate skill, or we can use persuasion, which I think is they're actually using bluff. I'm going to lie. Failed. Oh, lie is bluff. How about intimidate? Fail. Okay. How about persuade? Success. Okay. I rolled an 18. He opens the door. This, if you fail, like, come straight here at the start of the quest, try all 3. If you fail all 3, he sends you on a quest to do a favor. You go kill a spider in one of the back rooms, you come back, and then he'll open the door for you. It's broken. I have never got him to actually unlock the door that way. So the only way I know to do this quest is you walk in, you talk to her, you come straight here, you try those 3, and if one of those doesn't roll high enough to succeed, reset the quest, come in here, try again. There's no combat, it's just going to cost you a little time walking in here each time until you finally roll high enough that it works. You can also just pick the lock if you can pick locks. That is definitely an option. I don't want to summon the spider in here. But we rolled high enough, we got our diplomacy to work, so we're going to trigger the bad guys, run around the corner. The hireling is going to come over here, kill all the melee guys who resist my slashing damage, because of course they do. Trying to just kill them before we have to deal with the water elementals. Water elementals are basically casters, right? So you separate the guys as much as you can. Use corners to your advantage. And we pull the lever. You can take the gold. There's no penalty. You can take this gold too. Secret door, because we have Ring of True Seeing. Actual treasure chest. Locked. I don't have a way of unlocking it. I'm not a thief. The paintings, if you click on them and step through, they warp you back right behind the lady and the prince. So you don't have to walk all the way back every time you need to talk to them. We're not ready to talk to them yet, but it did save us 15 seconds of walking. There is a pair of doors here. So there's that'll be the south wing. If you can finagle your way in, you can find some lore about how the actual lord of this castle is missing, and he went missing because he was doing something with the satyr. The satyr caused him to go missing. He learned something that the satyr didn't want him to learn about. It's the needle. He learned about the needle. When we go save him, he tells us about the needle, and that's why we go to the Thornwright. It's not worth running back and forth across the wilderness to do the quests in the right lore order, which is a little sad. Especially because they already have the technology built into the game to have just sent us to the quests in the correct order. They could have done it. They do it in Ravenloft. In Ravenloft, they legitimately just have a guy who teleports you to the location of each quest, and you can just pick them in order, and you can do them and get all of the lore in order. But they didn't do it in Feywild, and Feywild came after. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who cares about the lore. So, lever. We could walk back through to the same spot we did before. But we're not going to, because we walk back out the door. We're already on the balcony. Where we're on the upper level. And we can just walk over to the balcony. Rather than have to climb the stairs again. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Very short. This is their butler. We're going to politely ask him to give us the key. We're going to use diplomacy. It worked last time. Failure. Now we have to fight. Water elementals go first. Oof, we are going to lose. Oh, Flower saved herself. Good. I said we were going to lose the hireling there. There's a lot of things fighting us, and they're all bad news. Okay, water elementals are gone. Kill the ravens, not because the ravens are scary, but because they're attacking the hireling, and I don't want the hireling to go down. Now we can beat up the genie. He is far less scary without all of his friends. So we take his key. He's not really dead, right? He's an air elemental, basically. He'll just wake up on the plane of air, work his way back here, hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe he wanted to be free. I don't know. But we finally have the key to the garden. We can go grab the flower. As if that is going to be all that happens. So they're still putting on their little nutcracker display. We go through the back rooms. We unlock the garden. And there's the flower. The frosted cerise. Which is a weird looking flower. I guess it's pretty in its own way. Alright. I don't know if I'm fast enough on this character, but you can skip a platforming sequence. You're supposed to pick up the flower, you get locked in this room, you climb up those little ice things, and you can get up onto that balcony and go through that door. I have a ton of trouble trying to get my characters to finagle their way up there. Like, it's a little too high of a jump, and a lot of my guys don't have enough skill in jump to make it. But what I learned, if I get a running start while targeting the flower, if I'm fast enough, I can kind of grab the flower and I make it through the door before the whiteout happens. And so it closes the door behind me. I'm already through the door. We legitimately don't have to do the jumpy part. We're through the door. And I'm going to preemptively kill this group of bad guys that spawns when we get by the door. Because we're going to have to go back to the garden later. So, what happens when you try to pick the flower up is it splinters. See, that opened the door back up for later. The flower actually... Door, thank you. It's all over the place now. The flower was a trap. The first person to try to move the flower... Flowers are just freaking everywhere now. Specifically trying to troll the prince. Which is totally a satyr thing to do. Ow. We took a lot of damage from one of you. Probably The one with the crown over your head. You're now dead. Okay. Fighting our way through a couple of guys on the way back here. You see all this random ice here? That wasn't the flower. That was him Hadoukening every flower he could see. Yeah. Everybody's just kind of standing like, please don't freeze me. So, she says we kind of talk to some of the people, see if we can get a clue. This lady says the only strange people she knows of are... There was only 2 nobles that she didn't know the people. Alright, you get over here. When I was testing earlier... so I was doing this quest on hard, and I tried to split my own party. I was actually really running on the other account. I was like, hey, I need to go talk to a guy over here. I'll just send this guy to run over there. I got my butt kicked by this little group of enemies. On hard mode. Not even elite. So we're going to very carefully back up, minimize how many we're fighting at a time, maximize how many we hit with the cleave. The hireling is taking the damage for us. There was no hireling last time. Alright, we have made it through. We're going to open this door. This is the shrine. Alright, we now have access to the shrine. So we came over here because this is a gossip. And he can tell us exactly who he doesn't know, because he knows everybody. He's the gossip. So one of the 2 he saw go off to the kitchen, which is where the treasure vault is for some reason. The last regular person we talked to is... There is a person in here we can chat to. See, fine, I'll go around the chair. Did they see anybody weird? Yeah, us. That's not helpful. So, obviously, the guy we actually need to talk to is going to end up being... Wow, she's low on mana already. The guy in the kitchen. Just gotta beat up these needle blights. Alright. Lord Beryl. He came with this other lady, you know, in a very... Hi, pretty lady, want to come to the dance with me? He doesn't actually know anything about her. Last time he saw her, she went that way. So we'll go that way. I do believe there is a shrine going this way, so we should be okay. We already did this fight, so we've only got a little bit more we need to push through. All the way up in the very back on the top floor, past a whole another group of water elementals, which, like before, we're going to focus on the water elementals because they shoot spells. Spells are more dangerous than swords. And now we can kind of focus on doing our little backup and hit at long range with greatsword plan. There we go. These are the quarters of the Prince of Frost. These are where he stays when they're here. Hi, you're the weird lady. She says, yes. There's some weird stuff going on. I think I might be able to help you. Meet me over by the flower and I can maybe dispel the weird magic. Okay. Saw a hooded figure plant it. She'll help you find clues. Alright. At least we got somebody helping us. Yeah, good job guarding. I don't like that my hireling has like no mana. I thought there was a rest shrine in here. So I could have swore there was a rest shrine in here. Nothing? So there's a lever hidden here in this fountain. Opens the back door. So, he has an ice sculpture of his wife. And in the glass sphere, if I take my dart out, I can break that sphere, and it drops down her journal. So this is where we learn about him and his, you know, his ex-wife that, or deceased wife. Ex-wife is a different thing. And by reading it, we summon the guard, because he wakes up and goes, God damn it, I'm going to lose my job if I don't kill you. So him and the rest of the guards come in. We're going to separate them by backing up, just like we always do. He is way over there, and he cannot hit us with those arrows because the statue is between us. So I'm just going to keep the statue between us while I kill all of his friends. Because I have a great sword and it has a great reach. Now we're going to run in and unload all of our paladin smites on him. And he's so occupied with the hireling. Yeah, that was way easier than it should have been. For doing all of this back here, we get a bonus chest. And this chest can have named loot. At least we got the Pharaoh Crystal. This was optional. You can turn around as soon as you see Dame Allegra, I think her name was. Yeah, Dame Allegra. You can turn around as soon as you talk to her. You don't have to come do this part. But that was a good chest. Like, that chest can have stuff in it. We're going to use the mysterious painting to warp back to the entrance hall. And we're going to go use that shrine that we unlocked. Because while I'm probably okay mana-wise for the rest of this quest, we've got just the boss fight left. Flower is out of juice, and I don't want her to be out of juice for the boss. I did not want her to be out of juice for that optional boss. We're on elite mode. This is where you accidentally die because you got cocky. But alas. I mean, we made it through. I can't really complain. We made it through. So, back to the garden. Dame Allegra is a little bit bigger than she was before. So, she reveals that her master is indeed Here Sam. How does she say it? Hearsome. Like fearsome, only sound-based. Hearsome. So you beat her up, she runs away. And now we have to fight a big, old, shambling mound frost version. Which, again, I have more range than they have, so I'm just going to kind of run in a circle. They're gonna swing at air. if they can't physically touch you when they swing, you basically have infinity armor class. So I'm just going to keep moving to keep these guys from hitting me easy. Kind of chopping off these guys to keep their attention on me so that the hireling doesn't get hit. There we go. Finish the last ones off. Pick the flower up for realsies. And now we can just go tell the lady of the house. Problem solved? The Prince of Frost, he's not stupid. He understands we didn't do it. Especially once he learns that Hearsam is responsible. Like, he's like, oh, of course it was that guy. 10,000 XP. He understands. Still a jerk. Hey, a topaz of sonic resistance. This is one of those items that you put into like the yellow augment slot kind of thing we find in our gear. But they're really hard to take back out, so I never use them. But hey, we finally actually got one. We saw one. What's a dynamic? My shield. I have a more powerful shield than greatsword. Come on, give me a greatsword. This chest didn't even have like. It only had a handful of items. They didn't even get gems. That's how stingy this guy was. Oh well, we got a ton of XP. Stingy. Yes, I robbed him. Like, I stole all the stuff out of his room and killed all his guards, but still. Tip your staff, people. So we're going to turn around. We're going to do the second quest now. So, what this quest represents is after we know for sure it's Hearsam, and we need a way into that castle on the cliff. So he kind of owes us a favor because we handled the flower situation, and he's like, giving you an audience was my favor, and you made a mess last time, so now you got to do me 3 more favors to balance the scale, so I'll do you 1 favor because he's a jerk. These are very minor, like these are legitimately like favory kind of stuff though, so it's not really that bad. And then he will get us. Like, he doesn't even tell us how. He's like, I will get you into that castle. Hell or high water, I will get you into that castle. As long as you go find my favorite cup. That's how petty he is. He's like, go fetch my cup, and I will help you stop the guy who made me look like an idiot. So, the rebels have stolen a wine chalice. Probably not realizing what it is, because they would have got away with it if they hadn't have stolen the guy's favorite cup. If we're paying attention enough, you can sneak through this area. So there's a couple of nearsighted werewolves patrolling the halls. Like right there. Long as you're in a room when they go by, they'll just keep walking. And then we can scout the room. Nothing special. We are looking for randomly placed runes and scraps of paper. Here's a note. Bringing my hireling over here. Nah. I think... Oh, it was the spider. The summoned spider triggered the guy. So now we have to fight everybody. But if you don't have a summon, you can just walk through all of these rooms and only have to fight the boss. He just ran by again. A single word on the right side of the scroll. Enjoyment. I'm going to write that down. And let's see. Right side. Enjoyment. Where is that stupid spider? Whatever. Hireling? Oh, I told the hireling to stay. So now we have to kill everything in every room. If you sneak into every room, you don't actually have to do these fights. I was trying not to do the fights. I wasn't going to do the fights, and then the spider ruined it. So, this is what we need. We need to hit both runes. We don't know which rooms the runes are in. They are random, but there's only 9 rooms. I think it's 9. Might be 12. There's not that many to search. And I could use Q to look inside, but for some reason it's a little less reliable here. I think like they purposefully put them in weird spots, so it's a little harder to auto-detect whether it's the right room or not. No big deal. There's only a couple enemies in each one. This goblin hooligan is taking way longer to kill than I would expect. I don't really want to fight the sentry because he is a champion. Keep going. There's actually 2 of them. They are currently sprinting in circles. Alright, Eladrin down. We found another note. This one, left side of the scroll, is verbose. Left, verbose. Kind of just trying to keep an eye out for dog guys. Just fungus. We're going to see if I can get away with using Q to not fight every room of bad guys. Nothing? Rune. There we go. I can see the rune through the door. This is the room I want to open. As we promptly miss all of the guys. I don't remember there being a satyr in here, but okay. Just trying to position myself to get cleaves. Every time I hit 2 guys instead of 1, it just reduces how many swings we have to do before we're out of the quest. Alright. Hit the rune. We're going to wait for him to go by. Actually, we're going to kill him. You, come here. I don't trust that I'm not going to accidentally trigger him when I don't want to. Like in the middle of... It's safer to kill him. There we go. I think there's 2 of them. But it's safer to just not have that guy running around behind you when you potentially... I didn't open this door. I don't want to be fighting the boss over here and then have him run up behind me, was what I was getting at. There's a big old crab. Why is there a crab? I don't know. It's the Feywild. We're going to take out the crab. Especially if you've taken out the sentries, fight him over here. Because there's a wizard right around the corner. Oh, look, there's the other sentry. Werewolves resist my damage too. Okay, there we go. Now we can go fight the wizard. And what we're going to do... We're going to pop that stupid spider again. Even though he ruined us last time. Whenever you're fighting a wizard, try to use the area to your advantage. So, breaking line of sight while she's casting. get out of the way, gives your hireling time to heal you in between doing nothing, apparently. It takes the computer a moment to switch from, I'm casting spells at you, to, oh, I have to calculate where I have to walk in order to get back into line of sight to cast spells at you. Just make the computer do that calculation over and over again instead of shooting you over and over again. And there's the cup. The diary says, speak the phrase, speak the magic word, south by southeast. So those two things we found, the verbose enjoyment, south by southeast. So south, and then east is this way. South by southeast, I think it wants us to go right there. Let's give it a try. We already have that door open. So if you follow the directions correctly and then say the two words you found, left side, right side. Let's see. / say verbose enjoyment. Door opens. Fancy ice wine. We don't take it. We just go, I know where that is. We can tattle on the rebels, and when we tell the Prince of Frost's butler, basically, I think it's his sommelier, or however you say it, his wine guy, you say, hey, I found your missing wine, and he goes, thank God, here's some treasure. Of the 3 favors, this is by far the longest one. The other 2 are almost instant. They're very short. That was the bulk of the quest right there. So, Captive Village. Favor number 2. The guard says, oh God, please help. They're taking captives. Please help. Okay. 2 Fomorians. Currently arguing. They won't even notice if I come over here and like try to use magic device to open this thing. I rolled a 10. On a 16, I succeeded in getting the guy to go. Yeah. Use magic devices are 1 skill. So I'm just going to sit here. Because I got to wait for him to be done talking anyway. Which I think is done. There you go. Cool. You. Got 1 left. Yay, we saved. Oh, there's a whole nother group right there. Hey, you. The other guy is a jerk. Please. Screw you. They raised the required skill. So, like, on like a lower difficulty, I might have rolled high enough to, like, trick him into fighting his brother for me. Not on this one. Not on Elite, and not on this character with no ranks. But it's okay. We killed the brother fast enough, and now we can kill 1 at a time. They've got a lot of HP. They do that curse thing. I honestly don't know what the curse does. Oh, it's already gone because my hireling cast remove curse. Curse me again so I can read what the curse does. Nah, he's already dead. Because I can, I'm gonna just spam the button to try use magic device until I get these guys all free. It helps that it's the first option. Wow, that guy took quite a few tries. There. We saved all those villagers. You'll note it does not say we've finished this yet because there's a handful of ogres over here. We also have to kill them. So 2 ogres and 2 trolls, and then the village counts as being freed. You don't actually have to free the villagers. The game will just assume that once all the bad guys are dead, the villagers will work themselves out of their handcuffs. And done. I can free them anyway. These ones aren't even collared. I can just talk to them and saved. We have successfully saved all the villagers. Paladin be us. Now we have to walk back to the portal. I usually don't have the skill to open those things. I wonder if... Does the guard give me anything? Let's try talking to him. You. Nope, he doesn't change his text. He's basically a sign. There is a shrine here, though. I don't know how much I care. I'll send her to use the shrine. And as soon as she's done... Did he really put his portal on an outhouse? Somebody's going to go to use the outhouse and just be like, oh no. And the Roosted Amphitheater. This is the shortest one. This one is very fast if you have one of the requisite skills. So all of these griffins are in his theater. They're here because the matriarch is injured. If we have heal, spot, or spellcraft, we can fix the griffin, and it counts as the place being safe, because the griffins will leave on their own now that their matriarch is okay. We are dumb and don't have those skills, so we have to just kill our way through. Once we're done killing all the griffins, then the quest is done. Of interesting note, there is potentially still a fight here, even if you save the griffins, because as soon as you go to leave, you hear a bunch of poachers show up. So if you heal the griffins so that they're non-violent and you're about to just leave, then there's a little, a couple waves of enemies come charging through the opposite door to kill the griffins anyway. So you go from fighting the griffins to protecting the griffins. But we don't get to do that because we couldn't save the griffins. If I run over here, do they trigger anyway? No? So we could not do the optional to tend to her wounds because we didn't have the skill. But we can just high-five this guy, and the quest is done. Meet you at the castle, and you'll get me in. Here's this sommelier, I think. They give us an extra chest for telling them where the ice wine is. Nothing fancy. What do we got here? There's an item. Ferro Crystal Great Axe. Oh, it was so close. Still, we got an item. What does it do? We're going to lock it so we don't lose it. Ice lore, glaciation, lore. It's a spellcaster item. We cannot use any of those bonuses. It legitimately is completely useless to us. Except... A, it has Mythic Boost on it, which is the same as the ring we have. So we're not losing our Mythic Boost +1, which is a 1% damage boost. It counts as a Feywild item, so we will just by wearing it, still get the 4th bonus, which is +1 to all of our stats. Okay. Our strength, constitution, and charisma are all odd. All 3 of those are now going to have an extra bonus. Boom. More HP, more hit and damage, more everything once we have our ability. It's not the greatest item that I've picked up. Like, it's a caster item. It's not a big slam dunk like the other ones. But I'll take it. It's still +1 to all of our stats just for having it. I really like something for my glove slot, I think. I think glove is my worst slot right now. An item with a bunch of wisdom on it would be nice. So the last quest way up here is right here. After this one, we're going to recall and go back to town because it's not worth running all the way there. You might as well start fresh. We can sell our loot, refresh our... we can repair our stuff, get our inventory cleaned up. So, we need to find Baron Bitterspine. We run straight up here because this is a cutscene. We have to wait on it anyway. Baron Bitterspine is the husband of the lady who was in charge of the house we were just in. Supposedly he's here somewhere. We're going to try to find him. Because this is how we learn what Hearsome is up to, which is what tells us to go ask the Thornwright, which then sends us to the quest where we steal the thorn. So, we got to find the Baron. And Hearsome is apparently having a meeting with an unknown benefactor. So far, we only know that Hearsome stole the codex pages. Like, we can get that much, but we don't know why. He's not using them for anything. He's not a cackling madman. We don't know why he's using it. Or why he took them. So, we're going to talk to this bear. The bear was told to watch the gate. Watch. Not prevent anybody from walking in. Not give them directions. Watch. So, he says, if we go find him 3 things, he'll help us find the Baron. Feywild really likes things to come in 3s. There was the thrice honored friend from the very first quest. There was, this one you gotta get 3 things. I think there was 3 things we had to do on another quest. It sounds kind of video gamey, but that's the Feywild. The Feywild is absolutely, it leans into the fairy tale tropes. You who would cross this bridge must answer questions 3 kind of deal. Taking on literal shrubberies, topiary goblins, they keep running away so I don't get my cleave damage off because I'm hitting them one at a time. Fortunately, they are plants, so they do not resist my damage and we can just wail through them. So we need to find some owlbear butter. Ew. The gloves of a giant. Alright. And the sap of a sky oak. And very conveniently, all of them can be found here. That lion is way, way tougher than the other things over here. You can ask this statue for directions. I don't know why. You can ask the statue for directions. She basically tells you to jump in the well. Turns out, there's an entire little underwater path right here. At the end of which, she saw a giant. Summon the hireling to you because it can't swim. There are a whole bunch of spiders on these stairs. They're all stealthed. Every time I kill one, 2 more have caught up to me. That's not even all of them. Cut these corners, or jump the corners, honestly. Jump the corners. And that's why. There are bear traps on the landings. The spiders cannot be hit by the bear trap, so if you get stuck in that bear trap, you're stuck there for like 30 seconds while the spiders beat on you. Jump the corners. And now we have found a giant. Like, yo, can I have your gloves? I assume I gotta do like 3 tasks for him, and he's just like, raw smash. Like, oh, okay. I can raw smash. We beat him up, take his gloves, they immediately shrink. Most magic items, like, resize themselves to the wearer. Presumably, the gloves I already have would have grown to giant size if need be. I can hear the hireling stepping on the bear traps. Back through the water. There is a little bit of backtracking in this quest. I do really like the idea of hiding the path in the well. I like that. I really do like that. That was a clever touch, in my opinion. So, moving forward. Hirsem is now talking with a mysterious stranger who is not only wearing a black cloak, he is literally a black cloak. Like, he is just like a black guy, red eyes. He is as ominously evil as he could be. Even if I could glitch my way over there, you can't see anything. He's just literally like made of black licorice, like an evil Gumby. He's, oh god, he even turned his head and had like the slant right. He legitimately looks like evil Gumby. So that guy wants the pages. That guy is why Hirsem stole the pages. Supposedly, that guy promised that if Hirsem brought him the pages, he would help turn the Feywild back into the unfettered wilderness that it used to be. Hirsem's whole thing is he doesn't like the Eladrin, or any of the other, like, civilized peoples, because he wants this whole thing to just be wild. He wants the wild back in the Feywild. Which is easy for the immortal guy to say, that he wants everything to be all parties all the time. Are you planning on healing either one of us anytime soon? Okay, thank you. Conveniently, there's a sky oak here. It's pretty. This is the one that makes a little sense, right? The bear would know that the oak is here. So it's not that unusual to tell you to go get the sap of a tree that he knows is here. The owlbear butter? Maybe. Maybe that makes sense because he kind of knows that it's available here. But the gloves of a giant, how would he know the Fomorian is there? And because if he knew the Fomorian was there, why wouldn't he have dealt with it? Fomorians are evil. Actively attacked us. I don't know. Anyway, this shrouded stranger is promising to unleash some magic that'll destroy all the Eladrin fortifications, get rid of all the houses, turn the Feywild back into basically just nature. That's Hearsam's whole thing. He wants pure nature back. None of the frivolity that he sees from the courts, the palaces. He doesn't want any of the pretty. He just wants raw nature. Which basically makes him an eco-terrorist, because he's perfectly willing to cause widespread destruction, who knows how many deaths, just so that, like, there's no Eladrin around complaining that he's up all night partying every day. Like, he's a little too selfish to be relatable to me. So we need the sap, which is represented by the puzzle tile, to run all the way through here and go, and it'll go right there. So as usual, I'm solving the puzzle backwards, purposefully not lighting up these clearly trapped sections. Don't do that. There we go. And just like before, you can effectively disarm the trap as you go. And all you gotta do is do it backwards. There's no oops-a-daisy, I need to flip this tile, but it'll turn the trap on, so I gotta, like, jury-rig 3 other tiles into place. Up we go. Well, this has to go like this, so we need this one. And I guess this one was already in the right spot. Yeah, that should do it. Boop. Got it. If you pull this branch right at the base of the lever, it'll turn on an air jet. It'll shoot you way up there, so you don't have to climb this obnoxiously long ladder. There we go. It doesn't always work for me. It did today. We're actually already loaded in. Like, should have just started running. You're just running blind for a couple seconds, the screen is black. So to overhear all of the meeting, you literally just sit here, and every time you walk by, they'll start the next bit of this sequence. Very nice that they wait for the eavesdropper to come back before continuing. So, oh, I'm taking some damage. Time to heal myself. Oh, I see. There's a topiary nymph. Ow. Ow. Heal myself again. We're going to take this nymph out. There we go. I did not notice that there was a nymph. The nymph is a spellcaster. We should have gone after it first. We took a bunch of lightning strikes that we did not need to take. I'm even just going to pop my head back in here just to get the free XP for triggering the last section. There we go. So, what the cloaked figure has found is the Eberron plane of Lamania, which is basically Eberron's Feywild. It's just a nature preserve, right? But it's magical nature. Where's the door I'm looking for? It's not the one I came through. I think it is this corner over here. So, the Codex of Infinite Planes would allow the figure to open that door, because it's a planar thing. He could just open the door to Lamania and just flood the wild energy into this place. It'll work. Hearsome doesn't realize he could do it too, because Hearsome has the pages. He could do it. He just doesn't realize he could do it, because he's not actually that smart. He's a prankster. He's Loki, but he's like just... he's dumb Loki. So I found a chef. The chef would love to give us owlbear butter, except that the gingerbread golem ran off with the supply. Gingerbread golem. Which then pops up at our path, gets us all sticky, and runs around doing his little rhyme. We have to chase him around until he's done doing his rhyme. You can't actually hit him until he's done talking. Oh, but we can kill these topiary things in the meantime. Oh, nymph. Nymph. Kill the nymph. Okay. That's just a goblin. That's just a goblin. Well, that's a satyr, but same difference. Ah, stupid satyr. Coming for you next. I kind of ran around a moment in this room trying to trigger these earlier, but apparently it doesn't count until after he's here. Nice that he waited for me to get back before continuing his little song. Now we can beat up Sir Molasses Gumdrop. I really do like the gingerbread golem. They used a clay golem and just repainted it, but I mean, it's perfect. And it's the Feywild. I almost wish that they could use him somewhere else, because he's so neat. The gingerbread golem, I like him. If only it was easier for them to use him anywhere else without it looking absolutely silly. The Feywild's the only place it makes sense. I like him, though. I believe there is a shrine. Oops. I did something wrong. When you are playing on elite mode and you're trying to walk, you're trying to backtrack, don't take the short path, because you haven't cleared that path. Just walk around. And then you would have skipped that fight and not burned even more of your resources. Alright, we got the 3 things. He says, come here. Shrines right on the way. Very convenient. Want you to use it. Thank you. This door will close in a moment. So I'm going to wait for the hireling to get in. This is the last room. This is the boss room. So I'm going to summon the spider and then talk to the guy. You said you were taking me to the Baron. I want to see him now. Put on the gloves. Put the sticky sap on the gloves. fill the bear full of slippery owlbear butter, and you reach inside. You turn the bear inside out, and it turns out it was the guy. And we are attacked by a corrupted unicorn, of all things. That's very fast, does a lot of damage, and runs all over the goddamn place. Oh, and we got hit by the dance while being hit by the unicorn. Alright, unicorn down. Now I can get these archers out. So that's the end of the quest. Oh, we're so close to level up. So, here's some shoved Baron Bitterspine into a bear rug and made him into a bear. Because Baron Bitterspine found out about the needle. So he tells us we can go back and formulate a plan. We go talk to the Thornwright. Item? No item. But we got the Pharaoh Crystal. And we're done here. How many crystals is that? 19. Oh, man. One more. Plus we're only 5.3 thousand XP away from level up. Which is, you know, my 11 kills is not going to do that. I think I want my... I'm going to, off-screen, go repeat one of these quests. You don't need to watch me repeat it. That is going to give me enough XP that we can... the next thing you're going to see is us leveling up to 8. 8's a big level. And I will have gotten my 1 Pharaoh Crystal that I need so we can turn around and also go get our greatsword. So, for you, that's going to happen now. And would you look at that? Through the magic of video editing, we have completed an extra couple quests just for the sake of grinding out some XP. So we can now start out here. I'm going to go level up, but first, we finally have 21 chunks of Pharaoh Crystal. So we're back here in the Hut from Beyond, accessed from the harbor. We're going to dump them in here for a greatsword. So you can either scroll through these things looking for the right item, or just type in what you're looking for and it'll sort it out. We don't have legendary Pharaoh Crystal chunks, so we're going to get the regular greatsword, and it spits it out right into our inventory. We go from a +1 weapon to a +2. So we're doing... Just double checking I'm right. Yeah, so we get +1 to hit and damage. But more importantly, it's made of crystal. So we can get through the damage reduction that a lot of the Fey creatures have. Playing on normal mode, you probably won't even notice. But since we're playing on Elite to go and earn Feydark Illusionist, it makes a big difference. Actually, on a critical hit, we do more damage. Kind of big deal. We lower the opponent's armor every hit. Meh. On bosses, it'll maybe make us a little more accurate. But Fey Bane, 2d10 extra Bane damage versus Fey. And Fey is basically everything out here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not to mention, look at this thing. That, let me turn so the Astral Sea isn't in the way. That's a pretty cool looking sword. So, now that we've been to the main city in there, we can actually skip straight there without having to run through the wilderness. Very handy. We have, what, 4 quests left? I think we got 4 quests left. Load faster! Been itching to get back to this today because we're so close. Come on! It's been a long day, just wanting to get back to this. All right. This is the little bit of the Wernwood Hall we can have access to. There's all the quests down there. This corner right here just has all of the trainers. And these are the best trainers, because not all of these trainers are just generic dudes. Look at this cleric trainer. The cleric trainer is an owl. Druid is a... I was going to say dryad, but that's not right, is it? No, I think it is a dryad. There's maybe a nymph. I think nymph was what I was looking for. The monk trainer is a fairy. I don't think I ever saw that one before. Anyway, we're looking for paladin. Paladin trainer. Favorite soul trainer's a unicorn. Alright. Which one of you says paladin on your name? I must have walked right past it. It's none of you. I was sitting right there. We don't get an exciting one, but that's okay. Advance as a paladin. Oh, look. A stat increase. It's going to happen every 4 levels. We're always going to put it into charisma. You always put it into whatever your main stat is. If you're a wizard, it's always intelligence. If you're, an archer, it's always dexterity. This very, very rarely do you do anything other than your main stat. Our 1 skill. And we're now eligible for level 2 spells. Normally I would say we can't cast them yet, but I found something in my inventory. Alright. While I'm thinking about it, in my inventory, from one of these random chests that we've been opening, when I actually loot the chest, I found this. Wisdom +3, accuracy +5. I was going to equip it just for the accuracy +5. Our current goggles are only +1, so it's like, 4 extra accuracy for free. But it also gives us wisdom. Now, what does that wisdom do for us? Now our wisdom is above 10. It was 8, went up to 11, and because we have the Feywild 4-piece equipped, we actually get another stacking wisdom, which brings us serendipitously to 12 wisdom, which, wisdom -10, that's the maximum level of spell you can cast as a paladin. We literally just got access to level 2 spells. As a level 8, we are allowed to cast level 2 spells if we have the wisdom, and now we do. So you need to be in a tavern in order to switch your spells up. This little corner right here of the map is technically a tavern. There's the bartender, here's the tables and stuff. It's more like an outdoor cafe. Close enough, it counts. Go to spells. We have a whopping 2 slots to put spells in level 1 and a single level 2 spell. So what are we going to pick? We have, on the bright side, Paladin has access to all of the spells all the time. You don't have to go look for scrolls. You don't have to go learn them from specific people anywhere. You just, if Paladin can learn it, it's on the list. If they ever update the Paladin list, yours is updated. Easy peasy. Unfortunately, most of these spells are bad. The only ones that really jump out at me are Protection from Evil. It gives you a little bit of extra armor against evil things and a little bit of extra resistance for your saving throws against evil things. That's not relevant. The target is also warded from magical mental control and compulsions. Just blanket immunity. It doesn't come up very often, but against, say, vampires. Vampires have like a commanding presence kind of thing. I don't even remember what it's called. But basically it's equivalent of like a stun or a mesmerize effect. It stops you. If you have Protection from Evil up, you're immune. Not you have a better chance to roll, you're just immune. Lesser Restoration gets rid of some of those status effects, but it turns out with Remove Disease getting an upgrade, we don't need that. Divine Favor is the best spell here. Every 3 caster levels beyond 3, you get an extra +1 luck bonus on weapon and damage, accuracy and damage. This we're going to click all the time. It's going to go sit right down here next to Divine Might, and it's going to be just another thing we just keep running as often as we can because it just increases our damage basically for free. And the other one is, we're going to get more slots later. I'll pick up Protection from Evil later, I think, because it's not relevant right now. We'll just grab Bless. Bless is just a flat +1 morale bonus to attack, so accuracy, and saves against fear. It's a +1 attack, and it has a way longer duration. So we're level 8, so it's going to last 8 minutes. That's fine. Not super exciting. This is why I did not go out of my way to get a wisdom item earlier. Level 2, on the other hand, has 3 juicy spells. Angel Skin gives you a +1 bonus to your physical and magical resistance rating, the things that make you take less damage, per level. Well, per cast or level. It's going to count as 20, I'm pretty sure. So even right now, I think it gives a +8 to each for 8 minutes at a time, and that duration goes up as we level 2. Just, hey, you want to be more defensive by casting this very cheap spell when you walk into a quest? Okay. Righteous Command is just another 1% damage bonus per caster level. So again, this one says max 15. You want just plus 15% damage for whatever your character level is, minutes at a time. Yeah, he's good. And then the one we're going to take right now, Resist Energy. Resist Energy is an interesting spell because it's actually 5 spells. I usually stick my buffs here, my long-term buffs on this second bar, tucked out of the way. So we're going to just stick Bless there. I'm not allowed to bless in a public action, in a public area. Okay. But when I drag... I guess I'm going to drag this down here so I don't forget. When I click on Resist Energy, it actually pops up a little window. We get Resist Energy Fire, Sonic, Electric, Cold, and Acid, all in the same spell. This spell is golden. And I'm just going to drag all of these. Okay. Why didn't that one drag? I'm going to drag all of these to the bar. Now I should be able to position them. There we go. So I have 0 elemental resists. I'm going to click on Sonic. Boom. Now I have 20. I take 20 less damage per Sonic hit. So you walk up, you gingerly walk up to a trap, you get just close enough to trigger it, or you send the hireling in to trigger it, you go, oh, that's an acid trap. Okay. I will equip my nice shield and cast acid resistance. And now you take way less damage running through the trap. There's no reason not to have the correct resists up all the time. If you're playing through on normal, it's okay. Like if you've never played the quest before, you're on normal mode, you run up and the first enemy hits you with a fireball, you go, oh, I need fire resist in this quest. Cast fire resist for the rest of the quest. You know, the first hit's free, okay? And I will mention when there's special times that you kind of want to have a resist up that you might not notice. Like, there's some there's some demon guys later in the game who do extra sonic damage, and if you just have even a basic amount of sonic resist, you just don't take any of that damage. I have, this will actually go up to 30 resist by the time we get there. And they only do like 10 or 15 damage. You brought it to 0 for every hit. It's really good. One of the most important buffs in the game. And Paladin gets it. We are already just so much stronger. We've got our weapon. We have a few little buffs. We have the elemental resists, which is huge going into one of these quests we're about to do. Oh, I guess we should spend our enhancements. Actually, no. No, I'm not going to spend the enhancements. We're going to save those points for after we've unlocked the Feydark. I'm not even going to take my treasure yet. We'll get all the treasure at the end. Right now, we're going to go do the last of these lead-up quests. There's a quest in town that is the capstone of the first half, and there's the other one's way, way, way to the south. We're going to do all the rest of the not end quests. Flower has been doing quite some good work, so we're going to make sure we take Flower. But we're going to get on this horse, and we're going to go fast. So while we're just running forward to get to the quests, one more little note about the spells. Some of the spells you might notice, they say material components right there in red. Material component need one of Eagle Feather or Omni Spell Dust. Omni Spell Dust is the stuff you can buy in the store in case you're in the middle of a dungeon and you forgot to go restock. But PAL-2 Eagle Feather, remember we talked about those back on Korthos. The PAL-2 is just them helping sort in the shop window so you don't have to look for it as hard. Eagle Feather is the thing. We need some eagle feathers to be able to cast some of our spells. It's a different material component for every level of spell. I don't remember what it is for the first, the level 1 spells. We're a little bit too far north. A rare. Okay, I kind of want to fight the rare, but there's a lot of stuff chasing us. Alright, I suppose you want to go down fast. Yay! Free toy inside. Take it all and run. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Of course, I usually come from slightly below instead of overshooting too high. Alright. The rest of the quests we're looking for, okay? They're down in this, watery section. This took me forever to figure out the first time. So right there is that tree we went in. There's a quest there. The Thornwright's down there. We're looking at this building right here that's right next to this other big tree. Is that like a giant Christmas ornament? Whatever. You're aiming for this building, not to go in the building, but to turn and go through this little Stonehenge arch. And this is going to lead us to the fairy village. It's just a cool place. There's nothing special to do here. You're just kind of going through the fairy village. Normally, I yeet myself off the tree right here and just feather fall the rest of the way straight down. But, you know, just for the sake of taking the tour, I do believe that there is a actual shop here. If we spiral down the tree long enough, I think there's a real shop. Not to mention it's pretty, well, pretty. I like the big blue balls. I don't know what they're for. Here we go. Pixie Village. There's a rest and resurrection shrine. There's a general vendor right here. Hey, check it out. He even sells. Let's see. These are all the spell components. So, that's Alchemist. Arcane, that's Sorcerer, Wizard. Artificer, Bard. Divine, that's Cleric and Favored Soul. Druid. And Paladin. Here we go. There's only going to be... we only go to level 4. There's only going to be 4 things. Let's just buy these now. We're here. I want a whole bunch, so I never have to buy them again. So I'm going to hold, instead of going double click and you buy them 10 at a time, that takes too long. Hold down the control button and left click. How many would you like in your cart? 1,000, please. They cost basically nothing for the level 1. Hold down control, left click. Another 1,000 of the level. So I bought 1,000 of level 1, 1,000 of level 2. Buy 1,000 of level 3. 1,000 of level 4. And now I will never ever have to worry about this. These are going to get locked so I don't accidentally sell my stack, and yeeted into my backpack. And I'll never look at them again. It would be amazing if I went through all of that. For one thing, that's a lot of casts. For another thing, not every spell needs the material component. We were able to cast Resist Energy. We didn't have that yet. We didn't have any. But that's because Resist Energy doesn't need it. So it's possible that our little stacks of 1,000, I'm pretty sure they only go to 1,000. I think that's max. I could be wrong. They could have made the stack bigger. But the point is, I may not ever use some of these. I don't think our level 1 spells need them at all. Like, it might just be a waste for me to even carry them at all. But I buy them. That way, if you're ever in a pinch and you really need one of those spells for some reason, you can also just rest at a shrine in a quest, and as long as you take no other actions, you are allowed to switch your spells. Mid quest, you can swap out your spells if you haven't taken additional actions like attacking or casting other spells before you open up your spell book and move them around. So, get out of my way. I'm trying to talk here. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't mean zoom out to globe level. Still, I don't know if I've ever looked at this screen. Wow. I want to go here. Everice? Why? There's no quests there so far. That's... Anyway, zoom back in, please. We are as far straight as you can go. We ran from town, straight. I had to go around the tree, down the spiral of the fairy village, straight, bonk. We made it. We're going on a witch hunt. Whew, okay. This quest is potentially very easy.
Have you come for the hag? Asks the master of
So, this is the Master of the Wild Hunt.
the portal. Don't let
They are...
one of the portals.
Imagine if, like, the British big game hunters all got together and just congealed themselves into one, like,
Invincible.
elemental of hunting stuff. This is basically the god of hunting stuff.
The master of the hunt.
And right now, he is hunting
Bound to the horse.
that
But when you
hag.
remove them
And we're allowed to join him.
of their service,
So we can pick up these banners. And what the banners do is they scare the hag, because
the master of
the hag knows that this guy is almost deity level. Like, he's...
wild beasts
I want to say he's an archfey, is his technical designation.
all the hag to
He's very, very, very powerful. So we plant the flags, and she will stay away from the flags. We actually know where she is already. She is lit up on red on the map. So, we can use the flags for two things. One, they are not on the map yet, but there are some escape portals. We are going to run over, and we're going to stick a flag next to every escape portal so she can't escape, because she'll see the flag and go, whoa, no. The other thing you can do is you can try to use the flags to funnel her into the line of sight of the Master of the Wild Hunt, and he will murder her. Pop! I've never done it. I just beat her up myself. But it's an option. Alright, we're going to go ahead and cast that Bless. Bless affects everybody around you, so I've also blessed Flower. I should have... Really? Really, we're going to do the... Not cast the spider thing again? Whatever. And acid resistance, because I know that the fairies around here have been casting a lot of Melf's Acid Arrow, which is a damage over time kind of spell. Ah, we're getting some lag. It's a damage over time spell, but because its damage is split up a bunch, we can cast Resist Energy and basically negate the whole spell. I think this is only the second time that we've crashed out. Yeah, it's... Boop. Sometimes you just have to turn it off and back on again. Technical difficulties. All right. In a perfect world, I remember to cut this part out. So you're just going to see us still back. In a practical world, I'm going to forget in... Oh God, how... The conveyor belt of videos takes a little while to do all of the processing and editing and everything. Oh, it's probably going to be a solid week or so before I actually get to editing. Alright. I started holding down the attack button early as we loaded back into the game there, knowing those birds were still pecking at me. We took a little bit of damage in the meantime, and a fairly big chunk of our mana bar for some reason. One of those might have been a... Maybe there was like a champion or something that does mana damage, but I don't remember that being a thing. Regardless, onward. Hey, hireling, you want to top us off there? Thank you. Before I was so rudely interrupted. Ooh, an owlbear. Lightbearer is one that I never like to see. What Lightbearer means in terms of the champion ability is it heals itself. So you have to... I think it only heals once. So it's not like it's forever regenerating like Deadpool. But it, you do have to take it out twice. Yeah, we'll just grab everything. As a reward for killing the named things in this quest, you get additional banners so that you can block the exits and corral the witch if you want. We're going to go ahead and block off all of the escape routes. Oh, more birds. Cleave is pretty good against birds because they're kind of flighty. I know. Aha, mysterious portal. So we just have to get kind of generically close to it, like this dirt patch is good enough. I'm going to drag these things to my bar. I'm not sure why we only have 4. I should have 5. Whatever. Boom. Things planted. We've got a guardsman here. The witch will, or the hag will get close and then turn away. And we're just going to continue around. Oh, there's only 3 portals, that's why. We got 3 plus 1. Okay. We're going to go around in a circle, around the outside. Be very wary of shambling mounds if you are a Warforged character. They can cast that spell that does extra damage against Warforged. Is what it comes down to. And why are you doing fire damage? Oh. There's a fire beetle behind me. So we're going to go ahead and activate fire resist. It stacks with my fire resist. We should now be basically immune to fire damage in this quest. Really, one little beetle at a time is sneaking up behind me. We're going to just take out this big old beetle. That is a big beetle. I did not mean to drag this guy into this fight too. Alright. I'm not afraid of your fire. Not anymore. Found another banner. So just kind of keeping around to the outside. There is another group of shambling mounds here. They are very scary if one of them does it like it's a little earthquake attack or a root grab or something and the other ones just close in and beat on you. Very easy to just, oops, I'm dead. Go full power. Which doesn't really look like that much difference in damage right now, but remember, we're only level 8. All of this stuff scales almost exponentially. Just look at how... There we go. See how fast these pixies are going down? That's why we went and got the greatsword, because the pixies resist half of our damage. But now, not only do they not resist... I do that extra bane damage every hit, so we're kind of doing like triple damage to those things now. Bloop. Now we've got another banner in place. You can do this quest by just jumping down and like one-punch manning her. It's not particularly hard, especially if you're coming in over-leveled. When I was running through to just unlock elite mode for this guy, my monk came in and just... I think he hit her literally one time. Alright. I was expecting these things to fall down a little faster. Okay, all at the same time also works. They have a lot more HP than other things. And this is with our Bane damage, because they still count as Fey. Very happy to be having that bonus damage on every swing. There we go, the last... I guess they were on the map now. The last little portal should be straight ahead. There's two more named guys out here. I'm not going to go looking for them, but we'll take them out if I see them. There we go. We're going to double back the way we came, and then cut over to go and start chasing her around in circles. The general flow of her fight is that you can get in a couple hits, she'll turn ethereal and run away with like some red caps and other minor guys coming to distract you so she can get away. Absolutely recasting my acid resistance. And we're going to put fire up at the same time. I still had duration on the fire one, but I like all my buffs coming up and down at the same time. She is always down low. She is never up on any of these platforms. See, she's right there. Faye touched. He picked like the exact wrong thing to have. Alright. Ooh, we need electric resist apparently. I saw that a little electricity burst go off. Alright, so she turned ethereal and she ran. Gonna go ahead and hit resist electric. Now if we fail our save, we won't take nearly as much damage. And if we make our save, we'll basically take 0. Boing. We get in one hit before she runs away. I gotta make it count this time. Eventually she'll stop running away. If you chase her down enough times. I'd like to not have to chase her down all the times. So we're going to pop Divine Might, and we're going to use Smite as our one hit. It would have been nice to get a crit in there, but it was still more damage. And Smite. Got 2 hits. Don't want to chase her too fast because I don't want to end up with like a train of all of the other enemies following me. Ooh, we got the crit on the Smite. Big numbers. We just gotta keep on her. I think she does have a healing spell, so if you like leave her alone too long, she might passively heal herself. Come on, out of my way, goblins. Gotta keep up with Krusty. See, she's going for that portal. I don't think she ever actually just leaves. See that the archer was shooting at her? She tried to take out that archer. This crawfish encounter that she's kited us into is going to slow me down. Plus, I don't think I can go up this sheer edge. Nope, I have to go around. How about we jump up these rocks? Can I get up these rocks? I didn't hit her. She's still in range of the guy with the bow. Alright, so he chased her down. Smite. Yeah. Alright, we're going to keep this guy alive. So, we'll save him. I'm going to try to hit my Divine Sacrifice, see if we can get another crit. Good enough. What are you doing up here? Whatever. So, quest is mostly done. Not only did we kill her, we killed her under the time limit. It's an optional time limit. You just impress the Master of the Wild Hunt if you do it fast. It's just bonus XP. But we need to find what she was here for. She was here because she dropped something. When you get close to what she dropped, it says, it tingles. Really? Somebody's shooting an acid arrow at me? I'm not... Ah, sonic damage. That's like the one I didn't cast. Oh, also, that was not the one I meant to cast. Wow, that didn't take me long to find. Run around on the ground until you find that it tingles. It usually means the raised platform you're standing next to has this missing note on it. Boop. For this spell to curse your foe, bring these things listed below. This is how they cursed the guy to fall asleep. We use this as a counter curse because this is very like Arthurian legend kind of grim fairy tales. Every curse has a counter curse kind of thing. So we can just take the curse back there to the main city and like they'll go, oh yeah, well obviously if this was the curse then we do these things and we can undo it. I'm actively running the wrong direction. Get out of here, Raven. Oh no, I'm not. I want up there. When the game crashed and we came back in, we lost our map progress, so for a second there I thought we were going the wrong way. Leave me alone, birds. None of you birds stand a chance. It's just... This cool horse here? I'm pretty sure this is the Master of the Wild Hunt's horse. It's very cool looking and I want one. I think you can actually get one of these, but it's difficult. Like it's a loot box level difficult. I think it's from the daily dice. I could be wrong. I do remember hearing they added a cool horse in a raid. I don't do raids, so... A raid is like a quest, but you need twice as many people, and they're impossible to solo unless you are very specifically going out of your way to make it possible. So, I have missed this before, okay? You can find the note, kill her, loot the chest. We got an item. It's a buckler shield. I don't know if we're going to use that. And at this point, I have recalled out and left. And had to come back and redo the quest. Because to actually finish the quest, we have to speak with not the Master of the Wild Hunt, Rayland. We have to talk to that guy. This is the guy we hand over the curse instructions to, you know, get the people back in town working on. Hooray, we know what to do now. So, presumably, this is the first quest of the first quest chain? No, second. First, you're just stopping that wild party that has very little to do with the actual storyline. Then you come here. All the way out here is quest number 2 to get the curse thing. And then the next couple quests are grabbing the 3 things you need. Because it's 3. Of course it's 3. Well, I guess two. One of them you don't know until the last quest, but still. Still! Nobody does the quests in this order. There's no way you found that quest before you went and walked up to do the ones way up north. Not to mention, there's nothing stopping you from just doing the quest in town. You can just do the last quest first, because it's in town right next to you. That's my one little gripe about the story in this area. They should have made it easier for you to do the quests in the right order. I do like the story. So far, we're almost done with the story, too. We have learned that Hearsome really wants this place to be back into just the wild nature it used to be. He doesn't like that they're building palaces and stuff and trying to civilize things. So he made a deal with the mysterious stranger. He stole our codex pages to give them to the guy. The guy said he would open a portal to just dump some raw nature in here. Okay. He used a needle in order to hide away his divinity, because he's an archfey. Equivalent, basically like a fairy god, kind of. Think Titania and Oberon level. So he used that needle so he would not trigger all of the worldwide defenses that are quite in place and quite able to detect intrusions of that level. That is literally what the gatekeepers do. The Druid Guild, it's not there to protect nature. It's there to protect the world from extra-dimensional threats. They are literally the Doctor Strange Guild. They are way cooler than anyone gives them credit for. Anyway, he hid his needle here. We're going to go steal it. Okay, flower is here. So, somewhat randomly placed quest objective.
Somewhere in these woods there is treasure that grows on trees.
So, treasure that grows on trees. They're talking about all of these treasure chests that are literally on trees. And if you think that that's a little bit suspicious, you are right. All but one of these chests is a mimic. You get 2 tries to use one of your skills to determine whether or not it's a mimic. And after that, you just have to take the chest down and hope you got it right. I'm going to use magic device because it's an option and it's our only skill. Success. This one smells like garlic. Treasure chests don't smell like garlic. That's a mimic. Now I will tell you, we are under attack by giants. There's just a bunch of random enemies here. Alright, I cannot see what I'm stuck on. Fall down, giant, so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, alright, we're okay. We're okay. We've taken down the big ones. We need to go hit the archer that's shooting our hireling so that we stop losing our mana. Already, our new greatsword is paying off because we were able to kill all of those random giants and stuff that attacked us way faster. Would you care to heal yourself, please? Thank you. As I was saying, all of the treasure chests right in front of where you start the quest, they're all mimics. The treasure chest that you want only spawns on the far side of the quest. If you go onto the wiki, so DDO wiki, I'm pretty sure there's a map of what the actual possible... What do you mean, detect something hidden? Just random pile of gold in the river, too. Anyway, there's a map. It will tell you roughly where the options are. I believe Strimtom even did a video specifically running through here and being like, look, here's the 5 locations it can be. You will know it's the right one if you're familiar with all 5, because if it's not the right chest, there just isn't a chest there. It's not that it picks one of the existing ones to be the right one. The existing ones are always mimics, and one extra one will spawn, and the extra one is always the right one. So if you know which ones are mimics, all you have to do is find the one that you know is not there every single time you do the quest. I have not memorized it to that level. Interesting that these are actual goblins and not red caps. There are a lot of very aggressive enemies in this area. Some of them are even smart enough to go for the hireling. The hireling is my source of power. Alright, what do we got? The only one I remember is that there's a mushroom down here somewhere that normally doesn't have a chest, so if I see one hanging off a mushroom, it's like, haha, it was that one. All the other ones, I don't remember where they are. Here's the mushrooms. Oh, hello. I think this might be it. Because this is... I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out after we beat up this... Oof. We should probably put up our electric resist so that doesn't happen again. Yeah, we're going to go take out this guy, because I'm sure he's going to eventually turn and attack us anyway. Ow. A little... Thank you. Just a little more effort on the healing, thank you. Let's go ahead and stop those lightning bolts from hitting us. I'm seeing a lot of fire, and I'm seeing... we're going to see some acid. Alright, let's use Magic Device. Nope, that one was a mimic. Drat. I thought for a second we were going to get it on the first try. If you don't have a skill that works, try anyway. Sometimes you'll just roll high enough that it counts. I know that this is a mimic. As soon as I clicked on it, I'm like, I know that's a mimic. It's never the one that's on the ground. So that's a mimic fight. Good thing I had my acid resist up. See how we're taking 0 damage per tick? Or there's a 5. That one was a high roll. 5 reduced by 20. The scaling in this game is not always 1-for-1. There's a lot of behind the scenes, under the hood kind of numbers that go into this game in order to make it work as a MMO with humongous damage numbers over way more levels than most people play D&D. But you can still roughly say, you know, I'm taking around 20 less damage per tick. The scaling makes things a little weird, but it's still, the idea is still there. You're still taking much less. Use Magic Device. Nope. That's a mimic. And we're getting a little too close to the entrance. And I know the ones by the entrance are always mimics. So we're going to turn around and see if we can find another chest, like maybe down here somewhere. There's one. Alright. I don't think... Oh, there's Feather. How about you, Mr. Treasure Chest? Use Magic Device.
You have a good feeling about this chest.
Have a good feeling about this one.
Is the one you seek.
Alright. Just take it down. Open it up. It will have actual treasure in it. Plus, a surprise unicorn. Now we have to chase this unicorn down. It is kind of obnoxious. And it's not even the worst one. Don't get too excited chasing it, because it's going to lead you through hordes of other enemies, and especially if you're on elite like we are right now, you could accidentally get yourself in a really spicy situation by chasing too far. You can always catch up with it later. Alright, those deer are really giving me a funny look, but they are not hostile, so... Oh, really? I wasn't even close to on your screen. Stupid water elemental. I'm gonna guess that when the unicorn runs by, it automatically aggroes all enemies it sees. We're gonna go after you first. Ugh. We got way more bad guys than I was expecting again. The water elementals I was ready for. The grass horse, the kelpie, I was not. I guess... There we go. Alright. Oh. Interesting note. You can cast resist energy on other people. So I've just cast it on our hireling so she stops taking acid arrow damage. Don't forget that you can buff your allies. Alright, map says nothing because this map is kind of broken on this level. We gotta go find that unicorn. If you have enough run speed, or you have a good ranged attack, you can just kill the thing before it really gets it very far. Unfortunately, I run slow, and I am melee, so we have to actually chase the stupid thing down and figure out where it went. It gets easier in that the enemies don't respawn, so once you've cleared out the groups of enemies, you can kind of keep up with it a little easier. At least keep it in line of sight so you know where it's going. I'm heading back to where it started, hoping that it's made its circle by now. Well, there's another satyr. We should just get him out of the way. Kerbonk. Alright, any unicorns? Any unicorns? I'm using tab to try to select nearest enemy. Not having any luck so far. Well, here's some pixies. And a harpy? Okay. Was not expecting a harpy. Alright, let's get these pixies out of here so they stop casting spells. The hunters are annoying, but they're not nearly as dangerous as the enchantresses. Alright. Another enemy group down. One less thing that we have to worry about accidentally running into while we're chasing the unicorn. At least the unicorn is unique. We don't have to worry about there being 12 unicorns and us going, oh no, now we have to like figure it out again. Soon as I see it, we can run it down. We only have to stop to clear out enemies so we don't get accidentally ambushed. Alright. Enchanter goes down first. Any more enchanter? Oh, there's an enchanter. Any more enchanter? You just look like the rest of you are hunters. You go down so much faster. Alright. Still no sign of the unicorn. Oh, got some red caps though. All right, top me off. Thank you. We've been over most of the map. Like, it's running out of places to hide. So here's the deer. So this is like the path we were on when we lost sight of it. I'm gonna go ahead and put my buffs back up just in case we run into more pixies. I think we turned right. Did we go right or left? I think we went left last time, so we're gonna go right this time. Oh no, that's just that same river. Maybe it went this way. Really, crawfish? That was your big plan? Alright, Mr. Crab. I'm on the lookout for a unicorn. I don't actually care about anything in the water. There is a pile of gold in there, which is amusing. Yeah, let's see if we can skip fighting the earth elemental. Oh, here's some more deer. I don't suppose you spawned near the unicorn. Deer, deer, deer. I mean, come on. I think this is the longest it's ever taken me to catch up to the stupid thing. Where are you? Well, these flowers catching up. There's the entrance to the quest. We've gone totally full circle. We're running out of places that it could be. Well, here's some... Remember how much damage, or how long it took to kill the cats before? Because they heavily resisted us? Now they only... Well, they still resist us, but still going down much faster. I think the cats just kind of generically resist slashing. But they might have also had that in addition to their Feywild damage reduction, maybe? I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't resist anymore. Ah, well. These Fey-touched wild fuzzy spiders. We can beat these up. As we continue to meander looking for this unicorn. I have never had to spend this long looking for the unicorn. It's not down there. Not that I can see. Maybe we'll just keep the high ground. I mean, it's gotta be... It's gotta be in here somewhere. There's deer again. Where are you? Like, I know it's trying to run away, but... Yeah, it's none of you. Ah, there it is. There it is. Finally. Got it. Of course. Kill the unicorn, turns into a deer, and it's even faster. I think it is legitimately faster than I am. So we're only going to get in some slight hits when it like turns to do its pathfinding. There was an old woman who swallowed a fly. Apparently this unicorn ate a deer. Of course, you know, we opened a treasure chest and out popped a unicorn. Killed a unicorn, out popped a deer. Oh, come on. Come here. You... Come on. don't run into those enemies. Can I trip you? Of course I didn't reach. Come on, just stay. Come on. This isn't even the worst one. I don't have any good way of making it hold still. Apparently it's going to hold still of its own accord finally. Thank you. This one's not too bad. Then it turns into a dog. The dog attacks you. And then it turns into a bird. The bird is significantly faster than I am. I have to wait for it to stop moving. It is not even a contest. Come on, birdie. Come on, birdie. Unsurprisingly, I do not like farming this quest for items. I like the idea of this quest. Like, it's a fun little quest. There we go. I don't like having to chase the thing. So if you're doing this on like a sorcerer, you just go, Meteor Swarm! Easy. Right? Easy. If you have to chase the stupid thing all over. Magic egg. Alright. As I push the wrong button. Use the magic egg. You get some skill choices. They don't matter. You succeed no matter what you pick. I'm going to use magic device. Because that's our skill. One of them, there's always at least one of them that is no fail. Just click them until one works. They just have little funny messages. And finally the needle, which then a pseudo-dragon swoops down, steals the needle, runs away. Surprise. Now we have to chase him. You can't catch him. He's going to dive through a portal, and now the portal is open and we are allowed to come through. And apparently we have to take on another group of pixies real quick. Oh, enchanter. Okay, we done with that? Okay. Now, I'm putting the hireling, I'm telling it to stay put, so only I will go through the door, although I will top off my HP. Taking one person in. This is a very cute, like there's a lot of like cool stuff to look at in here. It's a dragon horde. It's a baby dragon horde. He's a little pseudo-dragon. Yeah, he's just a little pretend dragon, and this is his little horde, right? Oh, he's even got like a little waterfall. That's what I'm hearing. Like we're getting static off of one of these items over here. Anyway. Oh. Going to put our acid resist up, because he's an acid pseudo-dragon. So, he's very cute. This is the Feywild. If you ask him what his name is, he'll get very insulted, because knowing people's true names gives you power over them. He doesn't understand that mortal folk don't know their true name. You're just asking for his given name, or his chosen name. You can try to haggle with him, but he'll accept a game, because this is the Feywild. We're going to play hide and seek. So, we're going to close our eyes, and we're going to go look for him in his horde. So, he does not... Is that, like, snoring sound supposed to actually be a clue that he's nearby? I don't know if I've ever had the volume up high enough to actually hear all these sound effects. I doubt you can hear them. I think it's supposed to be a clue that he's close, so if I follow the sound, I should find him. Where are you, little dragon? I'm using Q to target object. Okay, here he is. This is what he looks like. I can... When I get very close, I can then click on him. When I click on him, he's going to start... You know, I go tag. Now he's going to chase us. If he tags you, he goes and hides again, and you have to start over. And it's just a certain amount of time you spend playing the game before he gives up and gives you the needle. To do it the fastest, we're going to tag him. We're going to run back up this ramp to where we first talked to him. Head left. And we're going to jump onto the top of this double poster, or this 4-poster bed. Oh, he's fire. Resist fire, activate. He has wings, but he's still a monster that uses normal AI pathfinding. He doesn't know how to get to us because we jumped to get on this. The bed will also block his fireball attack because he kind of gets overexcited. He's not really trying to kill you, he's just overexcited. There we go. We won the game. This can get really frustrating because he's really fast. So if you're not on like a fast character, he'll just catch up to you, tag you. You could be in here forever. Feels like it anyway. Even on my monk, with all the increased run speed, this was very frustrating to do. And then I saw somebody do this on YouTube, and I was like, oh my god. This quest got a lot less frustrating when you know you can just jump on this bed and you win. I can now pull my hireling in. If you have buddies waiting outside, now they can come in. You kind of just don't want to get his AI screwed up. So send in one person. Have him jump on the bed. Everybody wins. Complete the quest when you loot the chest. Doesn't look like we got any named loot. But that was 12,000 experience. That was a lot. We were in here a while. We killed over 100 monsters. Alright, one more quest down here, and it's a walk-up. So, technically nothing to do with the main storyline. We now, as far as the storyline's concerned, we have Hearsome's Needle now. So, that is an excellent bargaining chip. When you walk up to a god and you have their godhood in your hand, and it's just like, are you sure you want to be mean to me? Because no matter how benevolent he claims he's being, ultimately he's selfish. He's not going to give up his own divinity to keep furthering his plans. The water here is too deep for me to stand, so I go into my swim animation. But these things, the enemies, they can attack no matter what. So I'm jumping repeatedly so I can get a swing in midair, just to keep those things from harrying me. The swamp horses in particular can entangle you and slow you down. That is very bad. That getting slowed down while you're just running past things is how you die. Lord Thekian lost his necklace. And it's not just, oh, I dropped it, go swim down there and get it. It was stolen by one of those swamp horse creatures. They went all the way down into this underwater grotto. This one is honestly one of the scariest quests. The boss of this quest is the one that makes me go, I don't know if I can do this on Elite. I'm pretty sure that on Hardcore I dropped myself down difficulty doing this quest. So, what makes it scary? For one thing, you might notice things are a little blue. We are literally underwater. We have a little magic bubble of air so that we don't die. All the water-based enemies in this quest, they are much faster. Much, much faster. Plus you're slowed down because they can swim. They thankfully took away their fire immunity. If you had fire-based attacks, you could do 0 damage in this quest. They have changed that. The enemies now resist fire damage instead of being immune to it. They are, however, still weak to electric if you have that as an option. Put up your cold resist because there's a couple of water elementals. And put up your acid resist, which I will do after I kill these. Because there are kelpies, and I think the other things are also kelpies. I'll have to look closer when we get them. Yeah, kelpie swamp strider, kelpie swamp caller. Ah, we are dying quickly. So much magic damage. I'm pulling the hireling out of there, and I'm going to heal the hireling with my ability just to keep her from dying. So much elemental damage. Remember what I said about casting the resists on your allies? I forgot to cast acid and cold protection on the hireling, and she almost died. So we both have both of those defenses up now, so we should be a little bit more sturdy. I still move very slowly, and almost every enemy in this quest is effectively a spellcaster. Like, all of them. The little, like, sea lion things and the crayfish are not, but the water elementals obviously are. The underwater dryad looking ones are. Even the horses have a AoE damaging spell, and they're very fast and they like to slow you down. The actual quest itself is pretty simple. Pull 2 levers, go kill the boss. That's technically all there is to this quest. First lever is just down a side path right there, and the other one's just slightly past the door to the boss. That's technically all there is. Alright, we're going to use this wall, and we're going to just fight the melee enemies on the off chance there is another one of those spellcasters down there. It does not appear that there was. But we're going to fight a little smarter. Oh, there was. They're just around the corner. We're going to use the geometry where we can. Trying not to line ourselves up to fight 6 spellcasters at once again. That was bad. Alright. So the obvious magic force field door, that's where the boss is. We're going to keep going up the path. Flip the other lever. Crayfishes and looks like 2 of those casters. So we're going to run straight at the casters and try to take them out first. Alright, they're down. Now we can fight crawfish. Crawfish. Just let that sink in. Crawfish. Alright, so there are 2 keys hidden in kind of weird jumping areas. Like, we're underwater, right? These are not great, easy things to get. Oh, I actually got that one. There's another one that's a gold one. I'm not going to go for it. I will pick this up, though. What the keys are for is if you run past the shrine right here, you actually make your way into a air-filled section, which makes it a lot easier to run in and beat the water elementals up. We are much faster, much more able to maneuver. this is the prison. We can go in here, do a little Simon Says puzzle. Bump, bump, bump. One down. Have to do it again. Maybe even twice. Doop, 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 doop. Yep, 3 times. So, all of these are open now. You can go in here and talk to these gnomes. There you go. There you go, gnomes. You're free now. Sup, Goblin? Goblin's not particularly impressed because he can't swim. So you have to also tell him that there is a little patch of... I forget what it's called. It lets you breathe water. It's out there. There you go. Bonus XP for the prisoners and 2 levers blocking a chest. So silver key unlocks this one. If you go get the gold key, which is... I want to say back where we first walked in, there was one more little spot that I didn't bother walking in. I think the gold key is tucked up in a corner over here. Maybe that's not right. I've only ever got it once because it's really hard to do like platforming, jumping things underwater. Maybe it's up here. I'll take a look and see if I can spot the key. So, firing up some of our kill things faster buttons. Come on, kill the thing. Thank you. This is where cleave comes in handy, because after focusing down one of the casters, everything else is at like half health. So, they go down a little quicker than if we were just focusing one at a time with single target DPS. Any casters? Looks like this is all melee this time, which is way easier to deal with. Because we can just do our slowly back up strategy, and they waste all their time trying to catch up to us. Like, get into position to attack over and over again. We just back up while swinging. Melee, way easier to handle. The boss is through this underwater log. But I'm gonna... Oh, hello, gold key. There's the gold key. Jump your way up there. Get your chest. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do this. I have a reasonable amount of jump. You know, we've got a couple of items that give us some jump. Let's see, what's my actual number at? Okay, so I'm currently at negative 73 jump because we're underwater. I don't think I have any way of increasing my jump that would be relevant other than just pushing myself up against the wall and trying to find rocks that I'm allowed to stand on. We're really not that far away from that key. A running jump, we might get it. We got it! Oh, because my feather, between being underwater and featherfall, we fall way slower. We got it! We got it! Alright, second time ever, I'm going to go open that chest. I was going to walk back anyway, so I could use the rest shrine, but yeah, I'm very surprised I got that key. I'll take it. I don't think there's any name loot in this chest, but
With both levers unlocked and open,
yoink.
the treasury barrier fades away.
Yeah, nothing special, but mine. There we go. There was a perfect run, you know. If you ever wanted to know where that stupid key was, we actually did it. Gonna rest up, rebuff, and then go into the hard part of the quest, which is the boss. This boss is one of those big swamp horses, and he has 3 waves of bad guys, so like he starts with a couple of sea lions, I think, summons a couple of the spellcasters, and then summons a couple of water elementals. Not my favorite thing when casters get summoned. I'm gonna take a bless. Acid resist. Cold resist. I'm gonna even throw on electric resist just in case he gets cheeky. I don't think he does, but remembering to put them on flour as well, because you never know. You just never know. I'm not going to bother with fire resist or sonic resist. Maybe I'll regret it. Probably not. Feeling pretty good about where we are there. All right. Making sure flour is following us properly, because this boss is gonna. This fight's gonna start fast. Pop both of our temp buffs. Okay, starts with those, and we are already slowed. Taking out. All right, healing myself and summoning the hireling, because apparently she didn't quite make it in here. Hey, cast some heals, please. Okay, thank you for healing in general. I'm going to heal myself again, thank you. She didn't quite make it through the door before, like, I think there's a force field that goes up. Alright, let's go take out the elementals, because we cannot be taking damage from that many different things all at the same time. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of see over there. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a force field. So we went through the door, and then, like in the tree quest, the hireling was stuck on the wrong side of the door. So we did not have our healer for that first little run. We almost died because of it. Always make sure that your little pocket healer actually makes it into the boss fight. So, did we get... This quest has one of the most broken items in the game. We didn't get one, but holy crap is it good. The Crown of Snow can drop here. If I was doing a spellcaster of like any kind, I would just keep running this quest until you get it. Anything jump out at me? Not at first glance. Back to town. So, what the Crown of Snow does, on all your harmful spell casts, so like not when you try to buff yourself, but when you throw a fireball, there's a chance of freezing the enemy. Little silly with a fireball, yeah, but say you hit a group of 5 bad guys and they don't all die, well, one of them might just turn into ice, effectively dead. For free. It doesn't cost you anything. It's a passive effect for all of your attack spells while you're wearing the hat. It's especially silly on warlocks that just Eldritch Blast. Pew, 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 pew. It's basically adding an extra chance to critical hit, is effectively what it's doing. Because whenever it rolls and you turn the guy to ice, that guy is out of the fight. He can't move. He takes extra damage. He can't cast spells. He is effectively dead. So you just have a chance to instantly kill an enemy on every spellcast. It's really, really good. I love it. So, we're going to collect our loot. all these guys are going to give us items, and I'm taking a little bit longer to double check. I don't want any of these, because this is where I found, I think it was either this or one of the other Feywild quests. This is some decent stuff. Ooh, what's this? What is celebrated? Eh. What's tactful? Eh. You never know when you're going to find something like, I don't know, wisdom +3, accuracy +5, and you go, guess we're casting elemental resists after all. Especially now that we're starting to get a little higher level. Now we can start getting some stuff we might actually use for a while. So, capstone of the first chain. We stopped a party, which really just earned us some favor around here. The music just very suddenly stopped. We earned some favor stopping that party. We found the way to reverse the curse. We got the loot we need to reverse the curse. We found the flower we need to reverse the curse. Now we need to reverse the curse. Which is not you. This one. The doctor. Sorghum. The Summer Court Doctor. So we're over here and we're trying to wake the guy up, and suddenly we fall asleep. And we are now in this cool dream version of the area. So, you wake up.
Things seem as before. You're still at Wynwood Hall, and Melody is still standing beside the bed. Then you realize
Turns out,
missing, and so are the flowers.
our quest giver, the lady who we were supposedly helping,
Speaking in a familiar
oh no, it was one of the hags. We've killed 2 of the 3. We killed one at the top of the tower. Well, we will have killed. No, yeah, it was this chain. When we went to go get the loot, we killed a hag. That was the boss, the one that split into multiple ones, and we used true seeing to see which one was the right one. Second one was Witch Hunt. The Master of the Wild Hunt was going to kill her. Here's the third one. We're going to use Fire Resist and Acid Resist, just as our kind of probably always cast those. And we're also throwing those on the hireling.
You see creatures milling around near the gate to Wynwood Hall.
Bunch of weird nightmare creatures, because we are in...
This isn't the Feywild.
I don't want to say we're in like a realm of nightmares. We're definitely in the Feywild, but we're in like, I think we're in somebody's mind, maybe? I'm not really sure. This could just be more Hut from Beyond, like extra-dimensional space malarkey. You can find a bunch of little fragments of Lord Arden and get some lore about how he kind of runs the place, how he's trying to be a good mayor. Mayor's not technically his title, but he's effectively the mayor. So all of his insecurities and stuff, you actually get to learn about him while you're here in the quest. Taking on all of these nightmare creatures. So, when we woke up, we were missing our flower, and we were missing the loot, and we need those. Fortunately, they are very close by. Unfortunately, there's a lot of these little nightmare creatures, and it is very easy to accidentally run past them and get a metric buttload of things chasing after you. I died in this quest once because I didn't realize I aggroed like 2 or 3 different groups of them, because I was just running past and they were all like in a bush. So I was fighting 3 groups of enemies at once. It was bad. It was bad.
Inside the magically sealed gazebo,
So there's our flower. there's a gazebo, and that's the three little bears. Or, the three bears from Goldilocks. Papa, Mama, Baby. Strangely enough, Baby's the one that died last. Got my flower back.
You've recovered the frosted cerise for the ritual.
Now we're going to run the other way, keeping an eye out for bad guys so we don't accidentally pull more than I intend on. I'm not even trusting the hireling to jump over the fence. I pulled the hireling to me so it didn't run around the fence and bring me more guys. Because this is just one group, right? This is... Oh, take out the hat first. This is a lot of guys for one group, especially when all of them are ranged. So I can't group them up and cleave through them as easy. Thankfully, we have the greatsword, so we're doing bonus damage to everything. And yet another group. And we're good. What's this under the bridge? Might that be a troll under a bridge? He looks a little gruff.
Nasty-looking troll guarding the missing loot.
He's gonna gobble us up. So we beat up the bridge troll. He summons a bunch of littler copies of himself. I really don't want to be in the middle of all that. Trolls, like ogres, have that 3-hit jump attack thing. So by staying kind of farther away, I'm preventing all of them from hitting me at the same time. We don't have to kill everything fast. We just have to make sure they don't kill us too fast for the hireling to be able to compensate with healing. And the loot. Long as you die slow enough that the hireling has time to heal you, you're fine.
Now, where has Melody hidden Lord Arden?
Yeah, if you're playing sorcerer and you just meteor swarm and kill them all in one shot, that also works. But
Perhaps that contains the secret.
they are an advanced class. You kind of want to know what you're doing before you play a wizard or a sorcerer. Not because it's inherently difficult to play the class. Oof. Something is hitting a... Oh, this one has a hat. And heal myself. We are taking a lot of damage. We are still taking a lot of damage. Is it just fire damage from that thing? We have fire resist stuff. What was I taking all that damage for? Here, let me drag this where you can see it. So, in the same thing that has like your chat tabs, there's a combat log. If you're taking damage like that and you're like, why am I suddenly taking big damage? Scroll back through the log, figure it out. Scrolly, scroll, scroll. I don't care about me hitting them. I don't care about my healing. Save versus Scorch. Nightmare's Spellsinger's acid damage over time hits you for 32 after 20 were blocked by energy resistance. Woof. 4 ticks of that we'd be dead if without acid resistance. Yeah, it must have just been that damage over time, because that's twice it ticked for over 30. Scorching Ray hit Flower a couple times. 32 acid damage, yeah. Whatever their damage over time ability was, we were taking a lot of damage from it. Alright, back in the corner with you. Good thing we put up that acid resistance. I don't like that group over there, but they're pretty far. this group is too close. We're going to have to take them out. Oh, and we need to refresh our acid resistance on both us and Flower, because it only lasts for 8 minutes at a time. If you are playing, say, a strength-based paladin because you didn't want to do Feydark, and you did not take magical training because we only took that feat to qualify for Feydark, I really like taking Extend on Paladin. It doubles the duration of your buffs, and especially low level. 8 minutes to 16 minutes, man, that's a big difference when you're just running around. So, little gap in the fence of leaves. That's where we want to go. We are going to fight the Sandman. However, the Sandman is immortal until his 2 friends are killed. So we're actually going to run in there and immediately bank left, try to kill whatever's over there, run past, kill the other one, and then beat up the Sandman. That is our plan. We are also going to make sure that we pull the hireling in so it doesn't end up on the wrong side of the invisible door. There we go. The Scholar is down. Now where's the other one? There we go. The Worldly Shadow. Taking a lot of damage here. But now that it's just me and the sand, like, once you get down to one-on-one, because it's looking at you, your healer is just standing there going, alright, well, every 5 seconds, I guess I'll just heal. That's it. Is there a shrine? No. Alright, I guess we're just going in. Crack the neck! Boss fight. Boss fight of the first half of the Feywild. We're going to walk in and we're going to fight that hag. The hag has a mechanic that they've been using more and more, but I don't believe they've used in this chain yet, where she's going to do a special attack that lights up the ground, and you just want to make sure you're not standing there. Not only you, but you have to make sure your hireling isn't just standing there, because it's not going to move. So if you see the circle, get out of the circle, hit the follow button on the hireling so that it pops to you. Just make sure they're not in that circle. And I'm pretty sure she does cold damage, so we're going to pop up cold resist. Oh, and my bless. We've only got enough juice for just for one of our little buffs, so in we go. We're going to run straight at her, buff up, and we're going to try to just power her down. Yep, get out of that circle. She also summons oozes, but I usually ignore the oozes. Really? You put me to sleep? Up. Up. Get up. Oh, around the circle. Around the circle. Immunity to sleep would be great. I've never been put to sleep before, I think. Oh, triple circle? We're going to stand over here. So, she's officially defeated. We didn't even really take any damage. All she did was put us to sleep a couple times. Which could have been bad if she put us to sleep in a circle so we couldn't move. But yeah, dodge the circle. Don't attack the oozes. I think they're just there as like a fence around the fight. I think you only take damage if you run into them, and so just don't run into them. They did not appear to turn and attack us. Now, Cadence, very much defeated. Remember, we need 3 things to save that guy over there. We need the guy's true name, which we don't know. But she does, because she cursed him. So, we spare her life in exchange for the true name. And we know that she's going to obey, because this is the Feywild. She must give us the true name. By, like, it's... she couldn't not give us the true name once we have struck that bargain. The Feywild itself, like, she just physically could not refuse. We were also just going to kill her if she didn't. So it's just like, hey, you know, you want to die or you want a chance? So we'll start the ritual by talking to him. Play a song on the lute. Okay. Playing a song on the lute. Grind up the flower. Okay. Grinding up the flower. Burn it with his true name. Okay. Done. Now we kind of wait for the animation to finish. And we're good. He pops up, we can talk to him, and we get some treasure. Treasure for us. No named item. Still. That does not feel like it took me 15 minutes to do. I guess it is elite mode. Slowing me down a little bit, trying to be careful. We have one quest left. Let's get our rewards, though. Nothing. Ooh, prudent. There's a wisdom +4 item if we want to give up our featherfall. No. I do not. Here's the lady that is very happy we found her husband. Doop to doop doop. Spell warded. Whoa. There's an upgrade. In addition to feather falling, this one also gives us +4 to saves versus spells. And this is roughly speaking on a D20, right? 4 out of 20 additional chance to save. And 13 spell resistance. Spell resistance is basically armor against spells. So whenever somebody uses a non-damaging spell, like sleep, they have to then roll their die and beat our spell resistance. We don't have a big spell resistance at 13, but that's enough to just force things to roll. That's like if we're running past things in the wilderness, and they're like, sleep. It'll just bounce off of us half the time. It won't work against big things, but it's still nice as just a passive, like, ha, now you have to roll. You used to not have to roll, now you have to roll. What's up with all these bucklers we keep seeing? It's pretty, but it doesn't mean anything to us. Hello, Mr. Wolf. I would like treasure, please. I'm really 90% of the effects on gear don't matter. I'm really only looking for things like, oh, you know, like the featherfall. Like, I know I need featherfall, so if I see featherfall with something, it's like, yeah, let's see if that something is better than what I have. Or speed on my boots. If I see speed with something cool, great. Or if it's just a higher speed. Like, if I was a robe character, like a monk or a wizard, this has fortification on it. Fortification I always put on my body armor, because that's where the named items usually put it these days. So, 65% chance to ignore crits? Yeah, if I was a monk, I'd probably use that if I didn't pull an armor out of any of these quests. But I'm not. And then that's the last quest we have left. So, away we go. Rather than walk all the way through the Feywild, we're actually going to come talk to this Eberron transporter and have him send us back to the harbor. We're going to turn around, walk right back in, and we'll be right by the quest. Because that castle was the first thing we saw. Once it loads. Today. Turn around. Walk back in. Load again. And back into the Feywild. But instead of hitting go to the hall, we're actually just going to step into the wilderness area. Resummon flower. And so this castle we saw when we first... If I stop getting flowers in the way. Castle we saw. That's where we're going. That's where Hearsome is hiding. Is up there in that castle. Only this time the Prince of Frost is here and he's got a grudge. So he, being the Prince of Frost, Elsa's us a path. Here we go. Final quest on Elite. We complete this. We earn the Feydark Illusionist tree. And our build suddenly clicks a little more. If you have trouble with this quest on Elite or any of these quests, just come back later. It actually doesn't matter if we get our thing online now. We're only level 8. Like, come back at level 12 if you're having trouble. And you should stomp through all of this just with your extra levels. If you're still having trouble, come back at 15. Do it again. It's fine. You'll be, especially if you're on normal mode most of the time, it's fine. Just come back later. I am kind of pushing myself in order to do it now. We're still level 8 too. It's not like I'm doing this at level 5. We're level 8. He's basically just trying to bring us to his side. Look at the birds, look at the trees, look how great everything is. Nature's reclaiming this old stupid castle. It should never have been here. It's a blemish, blah, blah, blah. Basic eco-terrorist stuff. Look how great nature is and how bad buildings are. So his whole shtick here, he's not angry we're here. He wants us to understand his point of view, which I can respect that much. He knows we're here to kick his ass. He knows we're here because we're angry. He doesn't know we have his needle. He doesn't know his immortality is in danger. He's Loki just trying to be like, maybe you're going to join my side because I'm smarter and I have all these good points. So, that's the way we want to go. This is the way we're going to go. And that. Would it surprise you to learn that this is basically a longer version of walk down the hallway and pull the lever before going down to the boss? Very common video game thing. So we go through the first door, and we're actually going to come up against an interesting combat/puzzle area. I'm going to make sure my hireling's with me. We're going to put up Sonic Resist in addition to the Fire and Acid. And I'm just going to toss acid on her because I don't think she's going to get hit. Buff our way in. We're going to take out Beat Hooves as fast as we can. Him and his band. Like literally a band. Oh, I want that enchanter dead. And I want it dead now. Up and over. Alright, enchanter's dead. Satyr's dead. Just me and Beat Hooves and that random deer over there. Alright. By taking him out, we are allowed to pick up a fiddle. I'm going to take it from my inventory, drag it over those banners we don't even have anymore.
Any way out of this room? Other
When we play the fiddle, fiddly fiddly fiddle,
than
we blow holes in all the weak walls.
another section of this wing. Pearson's voice booms into your ears.
That way is locked.
Oh, you've mastered the Feyish fiddle smash.
So
Good.
now it's not just a matter of... I forgot to repair my gear. Oh well. It's not just kill all the things, it's also figure out which way you want to go by blowing walls open. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong way, but I'm going to blow this wall open. Another fight. Keeping an eye out for enchanters, just like before. The fairies are kind of more dangerous than the melee guys. Well, the mages in particular are. So this was a dead end. We're going to go this way. I was pretty sure it was this way. The magic of music. Do we have an enchanter? You look like an enchanter. You're going down. How about you? Oh, you're dead. And you're dead. Okay, back to the melee guys. That guy thought it was important that he was over there for some reason. So, this floor is cracked, just like the original one. Unfortunately, we can't actually do anything with that yet. So I'm going to open it so I don't forget where it is. We're going to end down there is what's going to happen. Over the melee, cleave the casters. Do we get them all? One more. That's a hunter. Okay. I am getting a little overconfident because my new greatsword is letting us kill these things at the speed I'm used to. Archers. Harpies are deadly enemies, but I don't think these harpies have the ability. So, you know, like from the Odyssey, like sirens and harpies, they sing the song that paralyzes you. I don't think the Feywild ones have it. I forgot to trigger the door. In the very first room, I'll point it out when we walk by, there's a door that appears and disappears. This is where it reappears, but only for a moment. If you've triggered it the first time, you run over here, the door appears, you run through it. And you just get some optional XP for talking to the leader of the corrupted unicorns. They don't fight you. You just talk to them. You get some XP, you leave. You pop out right here. You'd be forgiven for thinking that that broken wall is where we want to go. We actually want to climb these vines right here. Even though it's very unclear that they are climbable, I don't think there's very many climbing things in the game. And then even more so, not that way, more climbing. And then because Feywild, we're going to do it a third time. Because what we want is to be over here on this balcony and then blow our way through this wall. Summon the hireling because she can't climb. Yep, we got an enchanter in the back. Enchanter's dead. Okay. Cleave the rest of these guys down. So if you go through the door here, which open door. Okay. To go forward in the quest, you play the fiddle by these windows. Boom. Window's broken. I think the fiddle also opens this door. And you can get basically a note from Hearsome telling you about some of his backstory and reasoning. I mean, he's basically just nostalgic for the way something used to be thousands of years ago. It's not an evil motivation. He's just selfish. So, we're going to go fight a gargoyle. There are some stealthed harpies we're going to kill first. But then, yeah, we're going to beat on this gargoyle while standing in the corner so that the archers down below can't get us. And when he gets low enough, he turns to stone. And then we play... Really? The one archer that actually backed up enough to hit me? Fine. We'll do it the hard way. So, the gargoyle is immortal. You have to beat the crap out of him until he goes into regeneration mode and play the lute to finish him off. I also blew the door open. Don't forget to hit the lever. Please do not forget to hit the lever, or you'll have to walk all the way back over here just for the lever. Down we go. There's only one path here. There is a shrine. Are these living or are these decoration? Apparently those are decoration, but there are harpies. Just seeing how... I guess I could have come through the doorway. You definitely did not come through the doorway. Alright. I believe following the path should take us right to where I want to go. This leads us out. We don't want out yet. I did not mean to kill that thing. I meant to open the door. This is locked, isn't it? Yeah. Lever. You used the lever because you couldn't open the door coming from the other side. It was a one-way door. We're backtracking a little bit to where I blew that hole in the floor and said we were going to come back later. It's later. There is a big old gargoyle statue.
Solitary gargoyle statue.
By playing the song, we can kill the statue and get a note on the ground. I lead you into honest lands. Honest being highlighted. That is half of the passcode we need. Stepping into mushrooms takes you back to that room we were in. So you don't actually have to go all the way. You don't have to backtrack twice. So we have, oh, bad guys for one. So you run through the door, down the hole, get half of the passcode from the guy, mushrooms, boom. We are almost done with this half of the quest. That looks like an enchanter. All right.
This door matches the one you used to enter this labyrinth.
We're back at the entrance.
Find the exit. Now
Kind
that you
of.
have the watchword, you're free to leave.
we are above where we started. So we are going to jump down. That's where we walked in. That's where we went to the music hall. Right here.
A curious door glimmers into
Oh, I was able to walk in right away. Interesting.
vanishes mere seconds after it appeared.
So if you jump through the door as soon as it appears, you can come talk to Scath the Vorpal,
You tumble out
leader of the corrupted unicorns. They're just
unicorn stands in the grass.
chilling.
Scar regards your presence in the grove with obvious disdain. But she tells you about the deals she made with Pearson.
So
That she
originally, the hooded stranger guy gave the corrupted unicorns to Hearsome to use as part of the deal. The unicorns have decided to stay with Hearsome because he said they can run around all they want in the new Feywild. But they're not required to kill anybody. They are friends, and they are encouraged to kill infidels, but not required. So we need the other half of the password. This half is way faster. Way faster. Like, we step in, get it, we step out faster. No crazy extra mechanic. No crisscrossy back and forth through overlapping floors. We are going to have to fight something. So, up goes fire and acid resistance, which I believe is all we need. Definitely want fire. That is a big table.
coming from every
And a shrine over there.
and nowhere at all.
Hello, shrine. So, here's the bird again. The bird says we need to pick the item that most reminds us of Hearsome, basically. We have to pick the correct item. So, thinking about how he thinks, do we think a lantern, a torch, or a bird cage? The items can change. Like, they're not always the same three. I think the fiddle, the scroll, I think there's a mirror that's often sitting here. There's other things that could be on here, but there's only ever one right answer. Bird cage? No, he hates cages. He wants everything to run free. That includes fire. He doesn't like fire being contained. So the torch. A flame struck on its surface would roar to life, wild and unbounded. Yeah, read the note. I follow your nature.
You're surprised to discover that a watchwoman has been
So,
hidden within this object.
he wants us to understand him.
Detected both watchwords.
And we kind of do understand him.
Hear a loud rumble.
We are attacked by a giant, which I don't believe was part of Hearsome's plan. We're also attacked by all of the food on the table. The food does a lot of damage. There's a reason I put fire resist up. Like, holy crap, they do a lot of damage. They don't have, like, any HP. But, man, that's a lot of damage. Remember, we get a shrine after we kill this guy. So I'm going to unload all of my smites and everything. Kerthunk. No treasure chest, I believe.
Killed the hungry Fomorian. Now you are
So,
free to leave the Hall of Objects. With a new
we're going to rest.
understanding of
We're going to go talk to Hearsome. We're going to finish the Feywild. Of note, if you are not on a time limit, you're maybe playing on normal mode or whatever, this extra door, and I think the door the Fomorian came from, there's, like, we only went this far in this area. This is an entire wing of the castle that is unused. It's like, plot-wise. When I didn't know where the two watchwords were, like the first one's right here, I didn't realize I had to go to that other door to get the other one. I kept going. There's a lot more stuff. There's like a kitchen and like a back alley waterfall kind of thing. I don't know exactly what's all back there. There might be extra treasure chests and stuff. Like, I've never seen anybody fully explore it. And, like, I think there was a locked door and I wasn't on a rogue, so I couldn't quite explore everything. There's more stuff back there that's not, strictly speaking, necessary to beat the quest. So we're going to turn around. Because we're on elite mode and I don't want to die, like, exploring when I could beat him and get my reward. But there's a lot of stuff back there. I don't know if there's anything super special back there, but there's more stuff to explore back there. I'll leave that for you to explore.
This door has been sealed with a magic
So we say, /say, honest nature. Because those were our 2 words. They put them right here on these little note things in case you forgot to take note of them. And we go up and through the door and we start the fight. However, we're going to do all of our buffs first. Definitely want cold. But I'm just going to kind of put I'll skip Sonic, but I'll put the other 4 on. Just to be on the safe side. You 100% want cold. I'm very happy that we got that item that gives us ability to cast. I used half of my mana just on resist energy. Not gonna regret it at all. Guess I'll throw Bless up. So he is, I think he's hanging out on top of something looking down at us. This is the boss fight. We don't fight him. It's one more lesson. He's showing us this is what things look like now versus what he thinks everything should look like. We have to beat up these, I think they call them doppelgangers, but it's just illusions. Don't stand in big circles. Alright, we are going to very carefully fight this guy so we don't get too many waves all at once. Both of these guys, we only have to fight one of the big guys at once, but they do spawn extra waves of enemies. We're going to make sure we're not overwhelmed by the extra guys, especially on the cold half. So Prince of Frost, obviously lots of cold, but oh yeah, get out of that cold. You get out of that cold circle. We do not want to stand in the explosions. He only takes damage after you have beat up his waves, at least. Oh, water elementals need to die right now. Always kill the things capable of killing your hireling. Alright, once all the ads are dead... Oh, get over here, hireling. Ads are dead, you can do some more damage, and back to ads. Get over here, hireling. Do not stand in the... Do not stand in the circles. Out of the circle, out of the circle. And then I need to get out of the circle. Now that all the ads are dead, we should be able to finish him off. There we go. The ice one is interesting because he freezes himself and you have to go fight the ads, where the first one, you could just beat up the first guy. He never stops you from hurting him. But then you get all of the ads, all the additional monsters, all at once. So, he's trying to convince us that, hey, you betrayed your friends, you just beat them up. Like, no. Nobody's going to fall for that. Obviously, I beat up illusions that you set on me. I didn't actually fight them. I couldn't fight them. Lord Arden is just an Eladrin, I think, but the Lord of Frost would just instantly kill us. So here he is. Here's some. We finally have our audience. And we basically just hold up the needle and go, tradesies. And that's it. He hands us the pages because he's like, he got me. And then, right there, mysterious stranger is pissed. Because remember, he made a bargain. He made a bargain that Hearsome would give them to the stranger. And the stranger's like, what the hell? What the hell? How could you give it to them and not me? We had a bargain. And Hearsome pulls the most bullshit answer that means that Hearsome was in control the whole time. I didn't say when. He can just take them back a century from now after we're dead, right? And we're not going to interfere a second time. He'll just go steal the pages again and then deliver them. You know, when you're effectively immortal, your timeline for doing things is not the same as somebody who's got a time limit. So, treasure? I don't know if I've ever got the named item out of this quest. But we got a little mail icon by our name. Time to go get our rewards. So, there are multiple tiers to the favor reward for Feywild. We just got tier 3. Obviously, it's the Feydark Illusionist enhancement tree. Like, that's why we did them all on Elite. There's 2 other bonuses we get, though. But we need to be in Windwood Hall to actually claim them. So, I'm just going to talk to him to mark that chain as complete. He doesn't give you anything. I think the other chain will give you an extra item. So this is the reward for the quest we just finished. Nothing I see at a glance. And does the chain person give us an item? No. Stingy. Where's the mailbox? It's so small. Yeah, mailbox is over here. The mailboxes also look different depending on where you are. So if you're not on Eberron, your mailbox is actually a little, like, probably magically enhanced messenger pigeon. You are eligible for the rank of knight. The Summer Court Patron for the Feywild stuff is right here. We are just top left of the map. If you do everything on normal mode, she gives you the Summer Court save bonus feat. So you actually get a couple of extra points of protection against the spells from the Pixie Enchanters. Honestly, quite handy, but I didn't want to go and click it until we had done it ourselves. Doing everything on hard mode gives you the Summer Court hit points bonus. We just now have 5 more hit points. Like, our maximum went up by 5. It's pretty good, and it's free. And then the last bonus. We can now be a Feydark Illusionist. It is officially unlocked if you've been following along. And you have to buy this pack. Whether that be through points or through the DDO Market, which is their website. You can just use your credit card to buy things directly. I want to say right now, if I would have remembered that this wasn't just subscribe to the game and run through here, you have to buy this pack separately from the subscription, I would have picked a different character build. But I was already here in the Feywild halfway through doing the elite quests to earn it before a very nice commenter on the first video pointed it out to me, and I'm like, God damn it! I forgot that they sold some of the packs separately from the subscription. I get why they do it. I'm not mad that they do it. I'm mad that I forgot they did it. So, if I would have remembered, I would have picked a little different character build that did not require this Feydark Illusionist thing. That being said, it's freaking awesome. I love Feydark Illusionist. It is one of my favorite little trees. Every character I have that can use it uses something from it. I really like this tree. The main draw here is we're gonna dump some points in here. You get a little pet thing that I don't really care about. It gives you a little bit of spell power. We're never going to offensively cast magic, but it's a little cute thing. Maybe you just want a cat. Maybe you just want a cat following you around. It's optional. You drag it to your bar and turn it on or off, whether you want the cat there or not. Cute. More importantly, where are you at? We get illusory weapons. This turns your weapon into a shadow blade. It changes its damage type to force, and you use your charisma for attack and damage. All for 2 points. So, you also, okay, yes, we have to actually buy. I think this is if you're just casting it. So, you've got options. So, this ability by itself lets you create shadow blades, and those things automatically use charisma for hitting damage. If you want to use anything charisma hitting damage, we use this ability over here. So, clickety, clickety. Now, all of our weapons, when we use the shadow bladey thing, actually, I think I don't even have to use it. It just says, while the familiar's by your side. So, summon the cat. I'm not convinced the cat needs to be out. I don't care. I'll let the cat run around. We definitely want all 3 of these abilities, though. This lets us use charisma for our accuracy. So, right now it's only a difference of 1 between our strength, but our charisma is going to go way higher from this point forward. And then use charisma for damage. So we can now ignore strength, ignore dexterity, we can ignore intelligence, we basically ignore wisdom. Once we get it to 14, we don't need it. So all we want is constitution for HP and charisma for damage and defense and buffs. Charisma is using charisma on paladin as your main stat. It feels like plugging an extension cord into itself. It just feels like infinite power. All your charisma abilities are looping into each other and just feeding off the same stat. I like all of the numbers flowing into the one spot. It's fun. Having illusory weapon has another little bonus that most people don't catch. Because your weapon is now technically made of shadow, I don't know if it even changes it's no longer made of metal. It does force damage. This does 2 things. 1, very few things in the game resist force damage. So I'm not going to conjure, I'm going to imbue. Whoop. So now my sword kind of glows purple. Kind of curious if we do need the cat out. Our current bonus is plus 34 to hit. Let's pull the cat out. Here, kitty kitty. 35. Yes, you need the cat out to use the charisma to hit and damage. Whatever. We have a cat out. Why are you not? Oh, that's not a... Okay, we're gonna... It's fine. You get to be up front. So... If I look at my weapon, does it say... If I were to go outside and hit something right now, go kerbonk, I would be doing force damage. Not slashing, not piercing, not bludgeoning, force. Things that have damage reduction against slashing or whatever, doesn't matter. We can just kerbonk our way through every damage resistance in the game now, because nothing resists force. There's a few golems, right? There's a few golems that resist force. You know what we do then? We switch to our golem beating weapon. And we don't click the button to imbue. Problem solved. We need one weapon to kill golems. But other than that, kerbonk, whatever sword we have, we don't even have to get a special sword. We can just enchant any sword we have. Look at that fancy purple glow on there. Because it's not made of metal anymore, we no longer have to care about hitting oozes. So, whoop, thanks for your service, quarterstaff. Don't need you anymore. We can just cut all the oozes now. All the rust monsters, any gelatinous cubes we find, just, nah, slap, slap, slap. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Feels good. Feels good. I look forward to beating up the rest of the level 5 quests. Let's go ahead and roll our silver real quick and put in our final thoughts on this pack. Cutting myself off because that was going to turn a little rambly there at the end. Do I recommend this pack? Absolutely. It's one of my favorites. The quests are fun. Everything is nice and colorful and cool looking. There's unique enemies. There are unique, quest mechanics. The items are great. The items are well placed in the leveling structure. So these level 5 named items are going to get a ton of use. Possibly all the way up until Epic when you replace it with the Epic version of it. So you can get a lot of mileage out of this pack. It's a little bit of a bummer that it doesn't come in the VIP subscription. But it is what it is. So, yeah. A+ for me. I like this pack a lot. I don't really have any complaints about it other than, it would be nice if it was a little easier for people to get at. Probably going to go hit up all of the free level 5 quests next, now that we have all of our main abilities. So, next time, back to Stormreach. We'll see you then. Thanks again for watching.